To ask Chairman Hamilton a parliamentary inquiry relative to that, if I could. Does the resolution of the House establishing this Select Committee, H-Res 12, require the Select Committee to provide specific authorization to a standing committee of the House or the subcommittees thereof before such standing committee may conduct an inquiry regarding a matter within the jurisdiction of the Select Committee, such jurisdiction being set forth in Section 1 of H-Res 12?
I believe the answer to the gentleman's question is no. As you know, you're touching upon a matter which is not entirely within the control of the Select Committee. The leadership of the House obviously has some input in response to your question, but it's my understanding that, as I understand your question, and I did not have an opportunity to consult with the gentleman before we began, but as I understood the question, the answer would be no.
Mr. Chairman, may I respond just a moment, but clarify this completely? The language of H-Res 12 that bothers me seems very clear on the subject. It says the Select Committee may submit to standing committees through a majority vote of the Select Committee specific matters within their jurisdiction. That's in Section 9 of the resolution. And further, it says the records of the Select Committee may be provided to the standing committees pursuant to such requested inquiries. In fact, H-Res 12 states that all members may have access to the Select Committee records unless the Select Committee, through a majority vote, directs that particular information shall not be made available, which is Section 10. And it seems to me, at least as one member, that it's quite obvious that the Select Committee may not allow such things to occur unless we take a vote, if it's within our jurisdiction. And it right now, with the issuance potentially of subpoenas going into areas where we're investigating, would seem to me to require a vote of this committee. And I realized I hadn't had a chance to bring it up because of the weekend, the holiday weekend, with the chairman, but I would really request that the chairman take this under advisement if there's any doubt at all, because I think it's a very grave matter if we're going to start pruning matters off from this committee's jurisdiction.
Well, I can appreciate the concern of the gentleman, and I'll be glad to work with him and consult with him as we move through the process. I think we should proceed with the morning's hearing at this point.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Before proceeding with the hearing, the Chair wishes to make the following announcement. Pursuant to the rules of the House and Senate Select Committees, and unless otherwise overruled by either one of the committees, the member of the panel presiding has and will continue to preside, act, and make rulings in behalf of both committees. Colonel North, please rise. Do you solemnly swear that in the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Please be seated. Last evening at 9:30, the committee received a letter from the counsel to Lieutenant Colonel Oliver L. North, and I wish to read this letter. It is addressed to the Chair and to Mr. Lyman. Dear Chairman Inouye, Lieutenant Colonel North would like to give an opening statement in the event he testifies tomorrow morning. We request that Rule 5.3 be waived and that as an immunized witness he be permitted to make the statement. In view of the extraordinary vilification and the many comments by committee members regarding Lieutenant Colonel North's conduct and his credibility, fairness warrants a waiver of the rule. We have not been able to review the massive quantities of documents which you provided to us under severe restrictions over the course of the last 6 days. Moreover, we were advised this afternoon that 7 hours of tape recordings were located today as a result of our persistent requests. We simply do not have the time to review that information and large quantities of other material prior to the scheduled start of testimony on July 7, 1987 at 9 a.m. As you know, there are many documents and slides which we have requested but which have not been forthcoming. These factors have severely hampered Lieutenant Colonel North's preparation for interrogation by numerous counsel and 26 members of the committee. We appreciate your cooperation. Respectfully yours, Brendan V. Sullivan, Jr. I think the record should show that the July 7th hearing date was at the request of Colonel North and his counsel. I'm certain the record will also show that we had suggested a later date at about the middle of this month. But, bowing to the wishes of the witness and his counsel, we did reluctantly agree to the July 7th opening. Therefore, I would hope that counsel will keep in mind that if he is having troubles, it is not because of our doing. Secondly, as to the opening statement, I wish to read the pertinent parts of the rule, and I'm certain that counsel and witness have studied the hearing rules very carefully, and I'm certain they know what they stand for. 5.3 says the following: any witness desiring to make an introductory statement shall file 20 copies of the statement with the chairman or chief clerk 48 hours in advance of the appearance. The opening statement was filed with this committee 45 minutes ago. Unless the chairman determines that there is good cause for a witness's failure to do so, a witness may be required to summarize a prepared statement if it exceeds 10 minutes. Unless the committee determines otherwise, a witness who appears before the committee under a grant of immunity shall not be permitted to make a statement or testify except to respond directly to questions posed by committee members or committee staff. We have been here sitting for several weeks, and we will continue to do so to receive testimony and consider one thing above others: the rule of law. Here, once again, the witness is asking us to bend the law and to suggest that he may be above the law. We will abide with his wishes. However, we will insist upon following the rule of law, and if the colonel wishes to make the opening statement, he may do so Thursday morning, which is 48 hours from this date. Mr. Niels, please proceed.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir, for reading my letter that was delivered to you yesterday. In fairness, I think that the committee should be aware of some very important fact. In order to prepare for Colonel North's testimony, we wrote a letter to this committee, to you and to counsel, on March 19th, 1987, many months ago. At that time, Mr. Chairman, we specifically requested that the committee make records available to us in order for Colonel North to testify fully and accurately before this committee about his 5 years of service to the country. That letter specifically requested that we be provided with all of his documents. Let me read the short letter, please, addressed to you, sir, and to Mr. Hamilton, care of your counsel, and to Mr. Culverhouse at the White House. Gentlemen, in the event Lieutenant Colonel North is called to testify about the subject matter under investigation by the Congress, it will be necessary for him to have prior access to the voluminous documentation and other materials which we believe are in your custody and control. A witness cannot be expected to accurately recall all of the facts related to years of intensive work as a government official without having access to those materials. We request that you provide us with all of the relevant materials well in advance to facilitate complete and accurate testimony. That letter was delivered to the committee, and we heard nothing for months. The next significant event, Mr. Chairman, is that on June 30, 1987, just 7 days ago, we were provided with Colonel North's records under the most unusual of circumstances. They were delivered to us in 5 boxes. They were shuffled by date and subject matter so that one could not even begin to understand what those records said, much less read them all. And I say to you that this is the first time in my career I've ever had to appear with a client in circumstances in which I have not been able to read all the records. On June 30, when those records were delivered, we were so stunned by the volume of them and the lateness of their arrival that we actually tried to humor ourselves a little bit by piling the documents end on end and taking a photograph of them so we could demonstrate how serious our problem was. The documents piled together exceed the height of Colonel North and cannot possibly be read, studied in a week. Sir, I assure you, and I think you know, that we have worked very hard with you and with counsel to facilitate the important work of this committee while giving proper deference to the rights of one citizen. I don't come up here to the Congress. My life is spent a few blocks away in the courthouse, where we as defense lawyers focus on individual rights. We are not asking that the law be bended. We are not suggesting that Colonel North is above the law. We are simply requesting that you understand the needs of this particular citizen. This is the most extraordinary proceeding, I think, Mr. Chairman, in our 200 years. As a defense lawyer, I have never been in a position where a client is forced to testify about all matters which are the subject of a pending indictment. We believe he has an absolute right not to testify under the Fifth Amendment. The committee has worked hand in glove with the independent counsel in order to facilitate 2 things. 1, so you can get your factual account, and secondly, to defeat the benefits of the immunity statute.
May I request that the counsel cut his statement a bit shorter?
Yes, sir.
Under our rules, it is your responsibility to advise your witness, your client, not to advise the committee.
Yes, sir. I appreciate that, and I will conclude. Let me just say that the thing that bothers counsel the most, and no doubt you all understand that my duty is to focus on the rights of Colonel North. The thing that bothers me the most is to have listened over the last many weeks when snippets of evidence has been introduced in the hearings, when false conclusions have been drawn, when members of this committee have said on national television that Colonel North is guilty, when members of this committee ridicule his assertion of his constitutional rights, when members of the committee suggest that when he appears, Mr. Chairman, he will not tell the truth. That is what some members have said. And in the most astounding circumstance, even one member asks a witness whether he would be believed if he took the stand.
May I advise the counsel that the witness will have ample opportunity to speak his mind, sir.
Yes, sir. I understand. I just ask for reconsideration, Mr. Chairman. It is very important for the rights of this individual that he be allowed to proceed.
We will make certain, sir, that every right that the witness has under the Constitution of the United States will be reserved for him. May I also comment on what you've just said, sir? In your March letter, you indicated that in the event your client should decide to become a witness. Those are important words. We had no idea, and the nation had no idea, whether Colonel North was going to testify before this committee. And in fact, a week ago, it was your proposal that we exchange documents simultaneously 5 days before this date, and we acceded to your wishes, sir.
Mr.
I'm
Chairman,
certain you recall that.
Mr. Chairman.
And secondly, if I may remind you again, sir, this date, July 7th, was at your recommendation. We strongly suggested to you that it would be in the best interest of your client and also in the best interest of the proceedings to begin the interrogation at a later date. We also strongly suggested that it would be in the best interest of your client and the best interest of these proceedings if we had the opportunity to meet with your client for interrogation, deposition, and interviews before this public hearing. But it was your suggestion that we should limit these executive meetings and we should begin on this date. Therefore, Mr. Niels, please proceed.
Mr. Chairman, just one more thought, if I may, sir. The reference in the letter,
Mr. Niels?
Mr. Chairman, could I make one more objection to the proceeding, just for the record, please?
You will state it, sir.
Pardon me?
Please state it.
Yes, sir. It is my request that the committee withdraw the subpoenas to Colonel North in view of the fact that we believe that the immunity statute as applied in this circumstance is unconstitutional. In view of the many statements made by various members of the committee already indicating that Colonel North is guilty of some crime, we believe that his rights are adversely affected, and we request that you put congressional prerogatives secondary to the rights of this particular citizen. Thank you, sir.
Your objection has been noted and overruled. Mr. Niels.
Could I ask one more question, please, sir, and I'll be brief. I apologize. Just one more. Since the committee refuses to permit Colonel North to give an opening statement,
We have not refused. He may do so Thursday morning.
I understand. Would it be...
Pursuant to our rules, he may do so Thursday morning.
Right. Would you consider, sir, permitting him to give his opening statement during the lunch break today, utilizing this room after the committee adjourns?
You may not, sir. Mr. Niels?
Colonel North, were you involved in the use of the proceeds of sales of weapons to Iran for the purpose of assisting the Contras in Nicaragua?
Counsel, on advice of counsel, I respectfully decline to answer the question based on my constitutional Fifth Amendment rights.
Colonel North, you are appearing here today pursuant to subpoenas issued on behalf of the Senate and House Select Committees. I hereby communicate to you orders issued by the United States District Court for the District of Columbia at the request of the committees, providing that you may not refuse to provide any evidence to these committees on the basis of your privilege against self-incrimination, and providing further that no evidence or other information obtained under the oath or any information directly or indirectly derived from such evidence may be used against you in any criminal proceeding. I therefore, pursuant to such orders, direct you to answer the questions put to you.
Colonel North, I communicate a similar order obtained by the House Select Committee, which is also at the witness table, and I too direct you to answer the questions put to you.
We understand that Colonel North is here pursuant to compulsion of subpoenas issued by both the House and the Senate. Is that correct, sir?
You are correct, sir. Mr. Niels, proceed.
Colonel North, you were involved in 2 operations of this government of great significance to the people of this country. Is that correct?
At least 2, yes, sir.
And one of them involved the support of the Contras during the time the Boland Amendment was in effect, and another one involved the sale of arms to Iran. Is that correct?
Yes, it also involved support for the democratic outcome in Nicaragua both before and after the Boland Amendment was in effect.
And these operations were carried out in secret?
Well, we hope so.
They were covert operations?
Yes, they were.
And covert operations are designed to be secrets from our enemies?
That is correct.
But these operations were designed to be secrets from the American people.
Mr. Niels, I'm at a loss as to how we could announce it to the American people and not have the Soviets know about it. And I'm not trying to be flippant, but I just don't see how you can possibly do it.
Well, in fact, Colonel North, you believed that the Soviets were aware of our sale of arms to Iran, weren't you?
We came to a point in time when we were concerned about that.
But it was designed to be kept a secret from the American people.
I think what is important, Mr. Niels, is that we somehow arrive at some kind of an understanding right here and now as to what a covert operation is. I mean, if we could find a way to insulate with a bubble over these hearings that are being broadcast in Moscow and talk about covert operations to the American people without it getting into the hands of our adversaries, I'm sure we would do that.
But
we
you
haven't found a way to do it.
But you put it somewhat differently to the Iranians with whom you were negotiating on the 8th and 9th of October in Frankfurt, Germany, didn't you? You said to them that Secretary of Defense Weinberger, in our last session with the President, said, "I don't think we should send one more screw talking about the Hawk parts until we have our Americans back from Beirut. Because when the American people find out that this has happened, they'll impeach you," referring to the President.
Objection. Apparently, counsel is reading from a transcript of a tape recording, Mr. Chairman, which Colonel North may have caused to be made. And we have not been provided with a copy of that material, and I think it's inappropriate for questions to be asked of the Colonel when counsel has a copy of the tape, but we do not have it. Thank you, sir.
Colonel North does have a copy of it. It was sent to
Objection
him.
is overruled.
It was sent to him over the weekend, and it's in a notebook in front of counsel
Well, fine. Thank you, Mr. Niels.
titled Second Channel.
As I walked in the door at 5 minutes after, I was handed all these notebooks, which I'm now looking at for the first time. Do you want to direct my attention to where it is, sir? Which book and what
It's in a
page?
notebook titled Second Channel Transcripts at tab 5. I believe it's the top notebook that you put your papers on top of.
At tab 5, sir?
Tab 5.
And what page, sir?
It's right at tab 5, on that page.
Well, would you give us a moment to read it, sir?
Yes?
Could you help us out, Mr. Niels? Do I begin reading right on tab 5 or the page behind it?
Right on tab 5, and my question is simple. Did you tell the Iranians with whom you were negotiating on October 8th and 9th that the Secretary of Defense had told the President at his most recent meeting, when the American people find out that this has happened, they'll impeach you? That's the entire question. Did you say that to the Iranians?
Does it say that on this page, sir?
Yes, at the very top.
Mr. Niels, this is apparently one of the transcripts of tape recordings that I caused to be made of my discussions with the Iranians. I would like to note that for every conversation, whenever it was possible, I asked for the assistance of our intelligence services to tape record and transcribe every single session so that when I returned, there would be no doubt as to what I said. I am the one who created these tapes, plus the 7 hours of tape recordings that your committee found yesterday, because I knew where they were, and I kept trying to alert you to them. And I am the one who created those tapes, so there would never be any doubt in the minds of my superiors as to what I had said or why I had said it. That is a bald-faced lie told to the Iranians. And I will tell you right now, I'd have offered the Iranians a free trip to Disneyland if we could have gotten Americans home for it.
Question was, did you say it?
I absolutely said it. I said a lot of other things to the Iranians.
And when the Hassan-Fuss plane went down in Nicaragua, the United States government told the American people that the United States government had no connection whatsoever with that airplane. Is that also true?
When the Hassan-Fuss airplane went down, I was in the air headed for Europe. So I do not know what the initial statements were, and I couldn't comment on them.
Who in the government and when, sir? You're asking him generally, did someone in the government make a statement?
We've had testimony.
I think we'd make...
We've had testimony that Elliot Abrams...
Yes, sir. I think we'd perhaps make more progress if he asked what the colonel did, what he said, what he heard with respect to his actions. A statement indicating that what someone in the American government had said seems to me to be a little far afield, sir. That's my only comment. Thank you.
Deals, proceed.
That was not true, was it, Colonel North?
Which was not true, Mr.
It is
Mills.
not true that the United States government had no connection with Mr. Hassan-Fuss airplane that went down in Nicaragua.
No, it was not true. I had an indirect connection with that flight.
Now, in certain communist countries...
And many others, I would point out.
In certain communist countries, the government's activities are kept secret from the people. But that's not the way we do things in America, is it?
Counsel, I would like to go back to what I said just a few moments ago. I think it is very important for the American people to understand that this is a dangerous world, that we live at risk, and that this nation is at risk in a dangerous world, and that they ought not to be led to believe, as a consequence of these hearings, that this nation cannot or should not conduct covert operations. By their very nature, covert operations or special activities are a lie. There is great deception practiced in the conduct of covert operations. They are, at essence, a lie. We make every effort to deceive the enemy as to our intent, our conduct, and to deny the association of the United States with those activities. The intelligence committees hold hearings on all kinds of these activities conducted by our intelligence services. The American people ought not to be led to believe, by the way you're asking that question, that we intentionally deceived the American people or had that intent to begin with. The effort to conduct these covert operations was made in such a way that our adversaries would not have knowledge of them, or that we could deny American association with them, or the association of this government with those activities. And that is not wrong.
The American people were told by this government that our government had nothing to do with the Hassan-Fuss airplane. And that was false. And it is a principal purpose of these hearings to replace secrecy and deception with disclosure and truth. And that's one of the reasons we have called you here, sir. And one question the American people would like to know the answer to is, what did the President know about the diversion of the proceeds of Iranian arms sales to the Contras? Can you tell us what you know about that, sir?
We just took a long leap from Mr. Hassan-Fuss's airplane. As I told this committee several days ago, and if you will indulge me, counsel, in a brief summary of what I said, I never personally discussed the use of the residuals or profits from the sale of U.S. weapons to Iran for the purpose of supporting the Nicaraguan resistance with the President. I never raised it with him, and he never raised it with me during my entire tenure at the National Security Council staff. Throughout the conduct of my entire tenure at the National Security Council, I assumed that the President was aware of what I was doing and had, through my superiors, approved it. I sought approval of my superiors for every one of my actions, and it is well documented. I assumed, when I had approval to proceed from either Judge Clark, Bud McFarland, or Admiral Poindexter, that they had indeed solicited and obtained the approval of the President. To my recollection, Admiral Poindexter never told me that he met with the President on the issue of using residuals from the Iranian sales to support the Nicaraguan resistance, or that he discussed the residuals or profits for use by the Contras with the President, or that he got the President's specific approval. Nor did he tell me that the President had approved such a transaction. But again, I wish to reiterate that throughout, I believe that the President had indeed authorized such activity. No other person with whom I was in contact with during my tenure at the White House told me that he or she ever discussed the issue of the residuals or profits with the President. In late November, two other things occurred which relate to this issue. On or about Friday, November 21st, I asked Admiral Poindexter directly, does the President know? He told me he did not. And on November 25th, the day I was reassigned back to the United States Marine Corps for service, the President of the United States called me. In the course of that call, the President said to me, words to the effect that, I just didn't know. Those are the facts as I know them, Mr. Niels. I was glad that when you introduced this, you said that you wanted to hear the truth. I came here to tell you the truth, the good, the bad, and the ugly. I'm here to tell it all, pleasant and unpleasant. And I'm here to accept responsibility for that which I did. I will not accept responsibility for that which I did not do.
Before proceeding, may I make an inquiry of the witness? Was that response from a written text?
Those are from notes that I made in preparation for this session, sir.
It is not a verbatim written text?
No, sir, it is not.
Mr. Niels?
Earl North, you left something out, didn't you?
What is it, counsel?
You've testified that you assumed that the President had authorized the diversion. Lieutenant colonels in the Marine Corps do not divert millions of dollars from arms sales to Iran for the benefit of the Contras based on assumptions, do they? You had a basis for your assumption.
I had the approval of my superiors, as I did for all the other things that I did, Mr. Niels.
You had something else, didn't you, sir? You had a specific reason for believing that the President had approved. You wrote memoranda, did you not, seeking the President's approval for the diversion?
I did.
And indeed, you wrote more than one of them.
I did.
How many did you write?
Again, I will estimate that there may have been as many as 5.
Now
Again, I'm trying to recall without access to those particular documents. You may have 6, and I'm not trying to dissemble it all with you.
And these 5 were written, I take it, on each occasion where there was a proposed sale of arms to the Iranians that you felt had reached sufficiently final form to seek the President's approval.
Yes.
And the first one was in February or January of 1986, is that correct?
As I recall, it was.
Now, Exhibit 1 in the notebook, I believe, to Mr. Sullivan's left.
Which book, sir? Book 1, Exhibit 1?
Book 1, Exhibit 1. Do you have that in front of you, Colonel North?
I have Exhibit 1.
That is a draft, is it not, of the kind of document you were just referring to?
Yes.
And on page 5, at the end of that draft, there is a line headed recommendation, and the recommendation is that the President approve the structure depicted above under current situation and the terms of reference at tab A, and it has a line for approve and a place to check, and a line for disapprove and a place to check. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And that's the kind of memorandum, again, that you just testified about.
Yes, it is.
This is a draft, but I think you've just testified that on 5 different occasions you put one of these drafts in final form.
It is my recollection that each time we prepared to conduct one of those transactions, and not all of them went through to fruition. There were only 3 that actually transpired during the time that I was supervising this activity. But it's my recollection that there were probably 5 times total that we actually got to a point where we thought, one, that the sale would take place, and number 2, that we would have the hostages released and a dialogue with the Iranians as a consequence.
And you sent those memoranda up the line.
It is my recollection that I sent each one of those up the line, and that on the 3 where I had approval to proceed, I thought that I had received authority from the President. I want to make it very clear that no memorandum ever came back to me with the President's initials on it, or the President's name on it, or a note from the President on it. None of these memoranda. I do have, as you know, in the files that you now have of mine, many of my memoranda have the President's initials on them, but none of these had the President's initials on them.
Well, we'll get back to that in a minute, Colonel North. My question right now is, you sent these memoranda up to the National Security Advisor, is that correct?
That is correct?
For him to obtain the President's approval?
Yes.
Frequently, you would send memoranda to the National Security Advisor seeking his approval for something. Is that correct?
Judging by the pile of paper you just sent me, I obviously sent too many. But yes, I did send memoranda to my boss.
Seeking his approval?
Yes, sir.
With a line under the heading recommendation in which you sought his approval?
Yes.
And sometimes you sent memoranda up the line with a recommendation that he brief the President on something.
As I recall, yes.
And occasionally you sent up a memorandum recommending that he obtain the President's approval.
That's correct.
And that's what you did in this case.
Apparently so. Those are the words that I had typed on the piece of paper.
Because you specifically wanted, before proceeding on a matter of this degree of importance, to have the President's approval.
Yes.
Now, at any time did Admiral Poindexter tell you, don't send any more memos like this?
I don't recall such an instruction, and if I had been given it, I would have followed it. There were times when we, in both the case of Admiral Poindexter and Mr. McFarland, decided no more memoranda on certain subjects, and they'd be handled with verbal briefings.
But that was not the case with respect to these memoranda seeking approval of the diversions.
Well, you insist on referring to it as diversion. My use of Webster leads me to believe that those were residuals and not diverted. The only thing we did was divert money out of Mr. Ghorbanifr's pocket and put it to a better use. But
I'm not asking you about words now, Colonel North. I'm asking you whether you didn't continue to send memoranda seeking approval of diversions or residuals, whatever the word, for the benefit of the Contras, up to the President for approval.
I did not send them to the President, Mr. Niels. This memorandum went to the National Security Advisor, seeking that he obtain the President's approval. There is a big difference. This is not a memorandum to the President.
And my question to you is, isn't it true that you continued to send them up to the National Security Advisor seeking the President's approval?
It is my recollection that I did, yes, sir.
And Admiral Poindexter never told you, stop sending those memoranda?
I do not recall the Admiral saying that. It is entirely possible, Mr. Niels, that that did happen.
Well, if it had happened, then you would have stopped sending them, isn't that true?
Yes.
But you didn't stop sending them. You just testified you sent them on 5 different occasions.
I testified that, to my recollection, there were about 5 times when we thought we had an arrangement that would result in the release of American hostages and the opening of a dialogue with Iran, and that we thought the deal was sufficiently framed that we could proceed with it. And that I thought, because I don't have those records before me, that I had sent memoranda forward, as I always did, seeking approval. That's what I think, and that's what I recall. I'm not testifying to solid, on such and such a date I did such and such a thing.
And was there ever a time when Admiral Poindexter said, don't send them up for the President's approval, just send them up for my approval?
Again, I don't recall such a conversation.
Well, in fact, isn't it true that it was Admiral Poindexter that wanted you to send these memoranda up for the President to approve?
I don't recall Admiral Poindexter instructing me to do that either.
Well, would you turn to Exhibit 2? You have that in front of you.
I have a what appears to be a prof's note from Admiral Poindexter.
And below that, there's a prof note from Oliver North.
Yes.
And that's to Mr. McFarland.
I don't know how I can tell that from what I'm looking at.
Well, if you look right up above the reply to note of 4786, it says to RCM.
Right.
And it's dated the 7th of April, 1986.
Right.
And that's 3 days after the date of the terms of reference on Exhibit 1. You can check if you wish, or you can take my word for it. It's dated April 4th.
Will you take my word?
What is your question?
I haven't asked a question yet. I'm simply, well, the question is, isn't this 3 days after the date on the term of reference on Exhibit 1?
Apparently it is.
And this prof message makes reference to Mr. Ghorbanifr in the first line,
Yes, it does.
and it makes reference to the $15 million in line 3.
That's correct.
And then in line 6, it reads, per request of JMP, have prepared a paper for our boss, which lays out arrangements.
That is what it says.
And my question to you, sir, is doesn't that mean that you are telling Mr. McFarland that Admiral Poindexter, that's JMP, isn't it,
Yes, it is.
had asked that you prepare a paper for the President?
That's correct.
That's our boss, isn't it?
He is indeed.
And laying out the arrangements, and that refers, does it not, to the description of the transaction, which is in Exhibit Number 1.
That's correct.
So, far from telling you to stop sending memoranda up for the President's approval, Admiral Poindexter was specifically asking you to send memoranda up for the President's approval.
Well, again, in this particular case, that's true, Mr. Niels, and I don't believe that I have said that Admiral Poindexter told me to stop. Did I?
Where are these memoranda?
Which memoranda?
The memoranda that you sent up to Admiral Poindexter seeking the President's approval.
Well, they're probably in these books to my left that I haven't even looked through yet, and I'm going to, if I try to guess, I'm going to be wrong. But I think I shredded most of that. Did I get them all? I'm not trying to be flippant. I'm just...
Well, that was going to be my very next question, Colonel North. Isn't it true that you shredded them?
I believe I did.
And that would include the copies with with a check mark where the line says approve.
That would have included all copies. I tried, as I was departing the NSC, a process which began as early as October, to destroy all references to these covert operations. I willingly admit that. Well, Counsel, would you repeat that question again, please?
My question was, I take it that includes the memoranda with the check mark opposite the line approve.
Again, I do not testify here, nor do I believe I did so earlier, that I recall any specific check marks or initials. Admiral Poindexter's habit was to initial the approve, disapprove box. Occasionally, I suppose there would have been a check mark. But I do not recall a specific document coming back with a JP or a check mark or an RCM on this particular issue. Nor did, again, I want to repeat, nor did I ever see any with the President's initials on it.
Well,
And that's not entirely unusual, Mr. Niels. On a number of other activities, I would simply be told over the telephone, proceed. Or in some cases, I would send up messages either in the prof system or written. Unless otherwise directed, I will proceed as follows.
Well, that's the whole reason for shredding documents, isn't it, Colonel North? So that you can later say you don't remember whether you had them and you don't remember what's in them.
No, Mr. Niels, the reason for shredding documents and the reason the government of the United States gave me a shredder, I mean, I didn't buy it myself, was to destroy documents that were no longer relevant, that did not apply or that should not be divulged. And again, I want to go back to the whole intent of a covert operation. Part of a covert operation is to offer plausible deniability of the association of the government of the United States with the activity. Part of it is to deceive our adversaries. Part of it is to ensure that those people who are at great peril carrying out those activities are not further endangered. All of those are good and sufficient reasons to destroy documents. And that's why the government buys shredders by the tens and dozens and gives them to people running covert operations, not so that they can have convenient memories. I came here to tell you the truth, to tell you in this committee and the American people the truth, and I'm trying to do that, Mr. Niels, and I don't like the insinuation that I'm up here having a convenient memory lapse like perhaps some others have had.
Colonel North, you shredded these documents on the 21st of November, 1986. Isn't that true?
Try me again on the date.
Friday, the 21st of November, 1986.
I started shredding documents as early as my return from Europe in October. I have absolutely no recollection when those documents were shredded. None whatsoever.
Well, there's been testimony before the committee that you engaged in shredding of documents on November the 21st, 1986. Do you deny that?
I do not deny that I engaged in shredding on November 21st. I will also tell this committee that I engaged in shredding almost every day that I had a shredder, and that I put things in burn bags when I didn't. So every single day that I was at the National Security Council staff, some documents were destroyed. And I don't want you to have the impression that those documents that I referred to, seeking approval, disappeared on the 21st, because I can't say that. In fact, I'm quite sure, by virtue of the conversations I remember about the 21st, that those documents were already gone. They were gone by virtue of the fact that we saw these operations unraveling as early as the mid-part of October, with the loss of the Hassenfuss airplane and the discussion that the Director of Central Intelligence had had with a private citizen about what he knew of a Contra diversion, as you put it. And at that point, I began to, one, recognize I would be leaving the NSC, because that was a purpose for my departure, to offer the scapegoat, if you will. And second of all, recognizing it was coming down, I didn't want some new person walking in there opening files that would possibly expose people at risk. So I do not want you to leave with the idea that those documents were shredded just on the 21st. They might have been shredded on the 19th or the 11th of November when I came back from a series of trips to Europe.
Colonel North, let me ask you this. There had been some newspaper publicity about the Iranian initiative starting in early November. Isn't that true?
I don't recall specifically, Counsel.
You do recall that there was some publicity, don't you?
Oh, absolutely, but I mean, you're trying to fix me with a date. The very first revelations that we had concern about, as I recall, came about as a consequence, and I'm sure you have it in one of the transcripts that I haven't yet had a chance to review, is when the second channel in Europe at a meeting told us that pamphlets had been distributed in Iran exposing the McFarland trip in May of that year. And as I recall, we came back, had a discussion with the Director of Central Intelligence. This further confirmed his assessment that this thing was going to unravel very quickly. That was before the Al-Sharia publication in Beirut in the first days of November.
That's what I'm asking you about. The first days of November, there was publicity, was there not, from
Yes.
Lebanon?
Yes.
And following that,
But
the
that
President
had-
and this administration was hounded by publicity having to do with Iran.
That's correct.
And the President made two statements to the nation on the subject of Iran.
I recall a statement, and I do not recall the substance or the specific words, but I do recall the President making a brief statement when Mr. Jacobson was brought to the White House, and I recall a statement on or about, I think, the 13th of November. And then, of course, the question was raised at a press conference on the 19th. Those are the ones I recall specifically.
And following the press conference on the 19th, you had a discussion with Mr. McFarland, did you not? Let me refresh you. You had a discussion with Mr. McFarland on the subject of diversion.
Well, I had a number of discussions with Mr. McFarland throughout my tenure at the NSC and even after he departed. I'm not sure what the point of your question is.
Part of my question is, isn't it true that you had a discussion with Mr. McFarland in which he said you still have one problem left, or words to that effect, which is the use of the monies from the Iranian arms sales for the benefit of the Contras?
I may have, counsel. I don't recall the specific discussion.
And I take it that you would agree that you at least shredded some documents on the 21st of November.
Oh, absolutely.
And at that time, can you think of any document which would have been more damaging to the President than one of these documents seeking his approval for the diversion with a check mark next to the box approved?
Objection. Mr. Chairman, the question assumes that such a document existed, and the testimony so far has been that the Colonel does not recall, certainly never saw documents with the President's initials on it, and doesn't recall getting any documents even with Poindexter's initials or check mark.
The objection is noted and overruled.
Would you repeat the question, counsel?
Can you think of any document which would have been more damaging to the President than a document which had his check mark, or had a check mark opposite the approved box, which was one of these diversion memos?
I'm hard put to answer your question, counsel, because as you know, there's probably an equally sized stack of documents on other subjects that I worked on that if they were released, having the President's signature on it, lives would be lost, the national security interest of the United States would be severely jeopardized. I don't understand your concept of damage to the President. You're talking political damage, domestic political concerns, international repercussions. What do you mean by damage to the President?
Were you considering the issue of damage to the President when you were destroying documents from your files?
I was considering the issue of damage to the President when I was preparing documents. You know, it's not a matter.
What do you mean by damage to the President?
Well, damage to the President can come in several forms. Domestic political repercussions, international ramifications where other countries won't even talk to us again, like perhaps the consequence of these hearings, or cooperate with us. I can see the risk that it would put on other people, the lives of the hostages, the damage potentially to international agreements, and quite apart from any other kinds of damage physically.
Let's talk about political damage. Were you concerned about political damage?
Of course. I think one of the responsibilities of a National Security Council staff officer is to be aware that that staff has to be concerned about the domestic political ramifications as well as the international relationships that are affected.
And the President was then suffering domestic political damage, was he not, as a result of the publicity surrounding the Iranian arms initiative?
Well, you'll have to leave that assessment to the political pundits. My concern
No,
was...
I'm asking you.
You're asking me what?
Excuse me, Mr. Chairman. I think it's only fair that counsel let the witness finish his answer rather than interjecting another question.
I'm asking you, sir.
And forgive me, counsel, what were you asking me?
I'm asking you whether, in your judgment, the President was suffering domestic political damage as a result of the publicity surrounding the Iranian arms initiative.
Yes.
And you were concerned about that.
Always.
And can you think of any document, the disclosure of which would have caused him more domestic political damage than a document reflecting his approval of the diversion?
The answer to your question is yes. I can think of a lot of documents that would cause domestic political damage.
In your files?
Not necessarily in my files.
Well, let's talk about the ones that were in your files that you were concerned about shredding. And my question to you is, can you think of any document in your files that you were thinking about shredding which would have caused him more domestic political damage than one of these diversion memos reflecting his approval?
Can I give you more than a one-word answer?
Why don't you try one word and then explain?
All right, Mr. Niels. Yes. The answer is yes. I can think of many documents that could be damaging to the president.
No, that
I
wasn't
want
the
you to
question. That
understand-
wasn't the question.
It was the question.
No, it was not. The question was, can you think of any documents which would have been more damaging?
I suppose so, and I suppose those had already been destroyed. And I want to go back once again to what I tried to say at the very beginning. I happen to believe that this nation needs to be able to conduct deniable covert operations. I believe that this president, like all presidents, needs to have an ability to dissociate himself from those activities, and that the U.S. role should remain hidden or deniable and not be revealed. And that is, after all, the essence of those operations. The reason I destroyed documents.
That was not the question,
But I
sir.
want to answer that.
That is not the question on the table.
But that's important,
The question on
Counsel.
the table is different. Are there any documents, or were there, in your files that you were thinking about shredding on November the 21st that would have been any more damaging politically than one of these diversion memos reflecting presidential approval? That's the question.
The way you have asked the question, I can tell you absolutely not, because I don't think the documents existed on November 21st.
Well, that is my next question. Are you here telling the committee that you don't remember whether on November 21st there was a document in your files reflecting presidential approval of the diversion?
As a matter of fact, I'll tell you specifically that I thought they were all gone, because by the time I was told at some point early on November 21st that there would be an inquiry conducted by Mr. Meese, I assured Admiral Poindexter, incorrectly it seems, that all of those documents no longer existed. And so that is early on November 21st, because I believe the decision to make an inquiry, to have the Attorney General, or Mr. Meese in his role as friend of the President, conduct a fact-finding excursion on what happened in September and November in 1985, I assured the Admiral, don't worry, it's all taken care of.
You've already
I thought-
shredded them.
That's right. So
When?
the answer to your question about November 21st is no, sir. There were no
When did you
documents.
shred them, sir?
My answer, Mr. Niels, is that I started shredding documents in earnest after a discussion with Director Casey in early October, when he told me that Mr. Furmark had come to him and talked to him about the use of Iran arms sales money to support the resistance. That followed shortly, was preceded shortly by the crash or shoot down of the aircraft Mr. Hassenfuss was on. And Director Casey and I had a lengthy discussion about the fact that this whole thing was coming unraveled and that things ought to be, quote, cleaned up. And I started cleaning things up.
And when you cleaned them up, did you or did you not shred documents that reflected the President's approval of the diversion?
Objection. How many times do we have to have the question asked, Mr. Chairman? The witness has done it, answered that question, I think, about 10 times this morning, and I request, respectfully, that we move on to a new subject.
I must overrule this because I have some difficulty in trying to get a clear answer myself, and I'm certain counsel is having that difficulty. Please proceed.
What is your question, counsel?
Have you forgotten the question?
Well, I have, and I have to make objections, so you ask it again, and I'll...
You did, and it was overruled, and the question stands. I'd like the witness to answer it if he remembers it.
Could we... He obviously doesn't remember it. He just asked you to repeat it. May
You
we
did.
have...
You did. He did not. Sir, do you remember the question?
My memory has been shredded. If you would be so kind as to repeat the question.
You've testified that you shredded documents shortly after you heard from Director Casey that Furmark had said monies had been used from the Iranian arms sales for the benefit of the Contras.
That is correct.
And my question to you is, did you or did you not shred documents that reflected presidential approval of the diversion?
I have absolutely no recollection of destroying any document which gave me an indication that the President had seen the document or that the President had specifically approved. I assumed that the three transactions which I supervised or managed or coordinated, whatever word you're comfortable with, and I can accept all three, were approved by the President. I never recall seeing a single document which gave me a clear indication that the President had specifically approved that action.
I want to make sure we understand each other, sir. I'm talking about a document such as the type you've testified about with a check mark where it says approve.
I do not recall seeing a document with a check mark approved.
Just so we're absolutely clear, are you telling the committee that when you started shredding documents relating to diversion, that you cannot recall whether any of those documents reflected presidential approval?
Now, Mr. Chairman, I'm not sure how many times we're at now, but isn't there some limit in fairness? Isn't there some limit in the number of similar questions that can be asked? I believe the Colonel has answered that question as many as 10 times this morning. I request that the record speaks for itself and that we move on. Please, sir.
Please continue.
There's a question pending, sir.
Would you be so kind, counsel, to repeat the question?
Yes, I will. Are you telling this committee that when you went to shred documents relating to diversion, you don't remember whether any of them reflected the President's approval by a check mark in the approve box?
That is correct.
You were interviewed by the Attorney General on the 23rd of November. Is that correct? Before I get to that, let me see if I can't summarize. You've testified that you sent 5 documents, approximately, up the line seeking presidential approval of the diversion, of a diversion. Would you prefer I used a different word? Would that help a little bit?
That would help, but if I may recharacterize what those memos did. As you can see from what has been referred to as Exhibit...
I don't think there's a question pending to which you are responding, sir.
I know, but I want to clarify the question for you, Mr. Niels.
Please, Mr. Chairman. When a witness is struggling to appear before a group like this and anticipates being questioned by 30 skilled questioners, I think you have to give him some leeway in his responses. He's trying to explain. He's struggling to try to understand the questions and to explain the answers. And I don't think he should be cut off by counsel. Please, sir.
Proceed.
You've testified about 5 documents, approximately, that you sent up the line.
As I recall, that's correct.
seeking presidential approval.
Yes, but, and the but is that it didn't seek specific approval for use of the residuals to support the Nicaraguan resistance. As you can see from the document that I believe you called Exhibit, forgive me, but I think it's Exhibit 1, that document lays out much more than an explanation of how the residuals would be used to support the resistance. In fact, that transaction never occurred. What I'm saying to you is those documents outlined the entire activity at that point, as best I could define it. It would specify the expectation of a further meeting with senior U.S. officials and senior Iranian officials, the hopes we had for ending the Iran-Iraq war, and a very, very brief mention in a 5-page document about the use of residual funds from that transaction to support the resistance.
$12 million worth on that memo.
Well, again, but that transaction never occurred.
And those references to diversion were included in the memoranda that you sent up the line.
As I recall, the memoranda that I sent forward asking for approval to conduct one of those transactions specified that kind of information. That is correct.
And your recollection is that you received the approval.
My recollection is that the 3 transactions that I supervised, coordinated, managed, were all approved by Admiral Poindexter. I assumed that Admiral Poindexter had solicited and obtained the consent of the President.
And you shredded documents thereafter relating to this subject matter, and I think you're telling us that you do not remember whether the documents that you shredded included one with a check mark on it.
That is correct.
I think I was asking you, you had a meeting with the Attorney General on the 23rd of November.
That's correct.
And you were aware, were you not, sometime during the day on Friday, November 21st, that the Attorney General's people were going to come in and look at documents over the weekend?
That is correct.
And you shredded documents before they got there?
I would prefer to say that I shredded documents that day like I did on all other days, but perhaps with increased intensity. That is correct.
So that the people you were keeping these documents from, the ones that you shredded, were representatives of the Attorney General of the United States.
Well, they work for him.
And it was those people from whom you were keeping these documents.
No, because as I've already testified, Counsel, I believed when I was apprised by Admiral Poindexter that the Attorney General, in his role as Mr. Meese, not that the Attorney General is going to come by and do a full-fledged investigation. The word investigation wasn't used. That Mr. Meese had been asked to do a fact-finding inquiry and would be sending people over to review documents. I assured Admiral Poindexter, incorrectly, it turns out, that all of the documents that pertain to the residual funds being used to support the Nicaraguan resistance had already been destroyed. I then went back to my office and I lined up on my desk, or on my table in my office, about the size of this table, a whole set of binders, all by subject and by date, unlike the documents that I have now received to prepare for testimony. And each one of those were laid out on the table. I had already gone through those days before, removing documents like this and others.
This is referring,
files.
excuse me, this is referring to Exhibit 1.
That's correct. And I laid them out on the table. Later on in the day, I was going through my safe. I knew as early as mid-October that my tenure at the NSC was coming to a close. I had had lengthy discussions about this with Director Casey. I had talked to Admiral Poindexter about it. I believe I'd even talked to Mr. McFarland about it. and I stood there beside my safe, and I was pulling out things out of the safe and looking at them, and occasionally I'd drop one in the shredder, which was right next to my safe. As I recall, my secretary then walked over to me and said, "Why are you doing this? You know, you could be doing work on the chronology or doing work on something else. Let me help," or words to that effect. She then asked me, "What about the phone call logs and things that are yours personally?" And I said, "They probably ought to go." And it's my recollection that most of this stack of foot and a half, or however it's been described in earlier testimony, consisted of phone logs, things that I had been told during my tenure at the NSC staff were mine and mine alone, plus the prof's notes that I considered to be mine and mine alone, deeply personal communications between me and my colleagues, and in some cases my superiors. And I asked her to put those in the shredder, because those I considered to be mine. Not that they specifically related to this activity, but simply that they were not going to go anywhere and they ought to go in the shredder. And so what has been created is this sensational, horrible, final, last-minute, last-ditch shredding. And it wasn't that at all.
You'd already done that shredding.
I thought I had gotten it all. That's correct, Mr. Niels.
And the fact that you shredded a whole stack of documents in the afternoon of Friday, November 21st, right after you had heard the Attorney General's people were coming to look at documents in the morning, is a pure coincidence. It had nothing to do with the fact that the Attorney General's people were coming in over the weekend to look at documents. Is that your testimony?
The documents that they were going to look at were already laid out on the table in my office, and I am sure that there are colleagues of mine who worked in that office who can testify to that effect.
Is it your testimony that the documents that you shredded right after you found out that the Attorney General's people were coming in over the weekend to look at documents had nothing to do with the fact that his people were coming in to look at documents?
No, I'm not saying that.
So you shredded some documents because the Attorney General's people were coming in over the weekend?
I do not preclude that as part of what was shredded. I do not preclude that as being a possibility. Not at all.
And you were interviewed by the Attorney General on the 23rd, which was a Sunday.
And, as I recall, 3 of his colleagues.
And during that interview, you were shown a copy of Exhibit 1.
That's correct.
And you expressed some surprise.
I was surprised it was still around. That's correct.
And you were asked, were you not, by the Attorney General whether there were any other things like that, any other problem documents?
I don't recall that specific question, but I don't deny that he asked that.
Why don't you turn to page 18 of Exhibit 14? Do you have that in front of you, Colonel North?
I do.
That is a set of notes taken by Mr. Richardson during his interview, the Attorney General's interview with you on November the 23rd. And on page 18, you may check this if you wish, but there appear to be some preceding questions and answers relating to the diversion document. There's a question, what else like Nicaraguan angle? The notes indicate that question, and an answer, nothing. And then if you turn the page to page 19, it states, if this doesn't come out, only other is November Hawks deal. You see that?
I see it.
Did you suggest to the Attorney General that maybe the diversion memoranda and the fact that there was a diversion need not ever come out?
Again, I don't recall that specific conversation at all, but I'm not saying it didn't happen.
You don't deny it?
No.
You don't deny suggesting to the Attorney General of the United States that he just figure out a way of keeping this diversion document secret?
I don't deny that I said it. I'm not saying I remember it either.
And then you said the only other is November Hawks deal.
Objection. You're reading from someone else's notes. They're not Colonel North's notes. Don't know whether they're accurate. I don't know whether they were rewritten for the occasion here today. And it's not appropriate to question a witness about someone else's notes. Mr. Chairman, it is appropriate to ask what he said at the meeting, but not with respect to someone else's notes, as if it gives authority to what is transcribed in the notes. Thank you, sir.
For the purposes of a congressional inquiry, the question is proper. Objection is overruled.
Colonel North, did you say to the Attorney General the only other possible problem, or words to that effect, is the November Hawks deal?
I do not recall making that comment.
Was there a problem with the November Hawks deal?
There was an enormous problem with the November Hawks deal.
And one of the problems, I take it, was that you had participated, had you not, in putting forward a false story with respect to it.
That was one of the problems, yes, but I wasn't so concerned about my own role in doing that. I was concerned about the fact that there was considerable confusion about the 1985 shipments.
Well, there was a little bit more of a problem than confusion, was there not?
I don't know what you...
Well, let me put it to you this way. I take it that we're on common ground that the President signed a finding in January of 1986 authorizing the sale of arms to Iran.
Is my recollection he signed two of them, one on or about January... Well, one in early January, and then a follow-on with a minor modification in it later in January.
Prior to the time the President had signed any such finding, the Israelis, and the committee has heard plenty of evidence of this, the Israelis had shipped, with our knowledge and approval, some 500 tows to Iran in August and September of 1985. And Benjamin Weir was released. Then in November of 1986, the Israelis shipped 18 Hawk missiles to Iran, also with our knowledge and approval. And indeed, in the case of the 18 Hawks, this country participated. Indeed, we did the transportation. Now, my first question is, were you aware at the time of the September September tow transactions?
I have not yet had a chance to try to reconstruct all of what I knew and when I knew it about September. It is my recollection now that I was aware that some kind of a transaction was going to take place, that I had been briefed on this by representatives of the Israeli government in general terms, that we alerted to, if I may, just 1 minute. I then asked the Director of Central Intelligence and another intelligence agency for increased collection of sensitive intelligence. And Mr. Chairman, I defer to the committee on going much further than that on those aspects of how we collected information. Do you wish me to proceed further
The
than
witness
that?
is correct. We will take these matters, if necessary, in executive session.
All right, sir.
So please do not respond to that aspect.
Very well. As a consequence of that sensitive intelligence, I was aware that there was indeed a transaction occurring, although I did not know, I don't believe, the specific details of it until somewhat later. I did make arrangements in September to position certain of our assets to receive Reverend Weir. And indeed, I went to meet with him carrying a letter from the President. So we did have specific foreknowledge that he would be released.
You were well aware, however, at the time of the shipment of 18 Hawks in November.
I was intimately aware at the point in time when it all began to happen. I was apprised of it. If you want me to go on with this.
No, that's fine. That's enough. And the committee has heard evidence recently, a couple of weeks ago, from representatives of the Department of Justice, the Department of Defense, and CIA, supporting the conclusion that the shipments by the Israelis, prior to the time there was an intelligence finding, and our consent and participation in those shipments were a violation of law. I have a feeling the committee is about to recess for 10 minutes, and when we get back, I am going to ask you some questions about the statements that were put together by you and others relating to those transactions.
That's a cliffhanger of an ending.
The hearing will stand in recess for 10 minutes. Mr. Niels, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Colonel North, before we move on to the Hawk transaction, I want to ask you one or two more questions on the subject of diversion. Did you tell General Secord that you and the President had joked about the fact that the Ayatollah was providing funds to the Contras?
I do not recall specifically telling General Secord that that joke or story, but I did not joke with the President, if I may amplify on that. As I recall, there was a meeting in the mid to late summer of 1986 in which the discussion focused on the fact that the Congress, both houses, had voted $100 million to aid the Nicaraguan resistance, and that the $100 million appropriations and authorizations had to be conferenced to be sent forward to the President. And for whatever reason, the Congress was unwilling to send a coordinated bill forward for the President's signature. And if my recollection is correct, the principal discussion focused on that issue as to what could be done to help or encourage the Congress to indeed send forward what both houses had already voted to approve. At the conclusion of that meeting, on leaving at the door, as I recall, I said to the back of Admiral Poindexter, "It looks like the Ayatollah is going to have to help the Nicaraguan freedom fighters a little longer," or words to that effect. It was an aside. I do not believe that the President could have heard it, and I exaggerated that to General Secord. And I did so because General Secord was, in my estimation, exhausted. He had been recruited by me to assist this country in carrying out what initially was one and then a multiple of covert operations. I had brought him into these, and as a consequence, he was literally exhausted. And it was an enticement. It was an exaggeration on my part that I had told the President that little joke, and I had not.
Now, first you said that you don't recall whether you said that to General Secord, and then you said you exaggerated to General Secord that you had joked with the President. Which is it?
I guess maybe the way I should have characterized it, Counsel, is that if I told it to General Secord that way, it was done as an enticement.
So you're not denying that you said that to General Secord?
Absolutely not.
So what you're telling us is that you falsely told General Secord that you had had such a discussion with the President?
Yes.
I'd like to return to the Hawk transaction. Sometime in mid-November of 1986, were you asked to prepare summaries of the United States government's involvement in arms sales to Iran?
My recollection, Mr. Niels, is that I was asked shortly after the revelations in Al-Sharia, and then that subsequent pickup by that by the American media, to prepare a chronology of the facts. And my recollection is that the very first of those was prepared during a rather frantic period of time during the first week or so of November, and that my first effort at that was probably about the 7th of November. And it was simply an effort to factually recount what had happened. I think there are two things, if I may just explain something to you, to explain some of the bewilderment that you may see, not only in me, but perhaps other witnesses who worked at the NSC. We all sincerely believed that when we sent a prof's message to another party and punched the button delete, that it was gone forever. Wow, were we wrong. And you have before you now recollections of facts or collections of facts as they were communicated back and forth to one another, for example, in November of 1985 or December of 1985, that we did not have at our disposal in November of 1986.
Now, you're saying that when you pushed the delete button on a prof message, you thought it was gone from the system forever.
That's correct.
Are you also saying that if it was gone from the system, that you could pretend it never happened?
That's not what I said, Counsel. What I was trying to explain to you is perhaps one of the reasons why some people seem to be confused about events a year earlier, okay, when they didn't have much of what transpired in terms of authorities and descriptions and facts in 1985, they didn't have in their files anymore. Those weren't retrieved until after the Tower Commission found a way to pull them all back up.
When you pushed the delete button on the prof system, it didn't erase your memory, did it, sir?
No.
And you recall, do you not, being intimately involved in the shipment of 18 Hawks to Iran in November of 1985?
I was indeed intimately involved in the shipment of Hawks to Iran in 1985.
And that wasn't erased from your memory when you pushed the delete button on the prof message?
Not at all.
And during the month of November, you prepared a number of these chronologies.
During the month of November
1986.
That's correct.
And the committees have a number of these chronologies which we were given, which have been obtained from your office at the White House. The most recent, the final version, was done on November the 20th and is Exhibit 23 in your second book of exhibits.
Well, Counsel gets that out. I would take issue with one word that you just said, Counsel, and that is final version. I don't believe that prior to my departure a final version was ever done or completed.
It's marked historical chronology.
I agree, but I think that there were several other versions that said that too. If you notice,
we have been provided none that say historical chronology other than this one.
well, if I may, Counsel, in the upper right-hand corner, you see a date, 11/20/86, and then 2000. That is 8 o'clock p.m. in the evening, and that means that there was at least one earlier version, and that this was a draft being prepared that would be updated further. And the reason why we put the date and the time is that they were changing so fast that I had to know which version someone else had commented upon in order to put their version of the facts into the chronology.
But
So
you would agree that at the time Exhibit 23 was prepared, you had been working on these chronologies for approximately 13 days.
I would agree.
And you had been doing those in your office, your suite of offices in room 302 of the old executive office building.
Let's not make it sound like more than it was. I'm glad you said room 302. It was not in the basement. It's the only third-floor basement in Washington.
I don't think you've answered the question.
It was in my suite of offices, Counsel.
And you had help of other people in preparing these chronologies.
I had the help of many people in preparing
Including
these chronologies.
People from the CIA?
Including people from the CIA and people, former administration officials.
Mr.
my own-
McFarland?
Mr. McFarland,
Yourself?
myself.
And were drafts of these sent to Admiral Poindexter?
I honestly can't tell you whether this specific draft, but drafts, various drafts of these chronologies were sent to Admiral Poindexter, and I believe to others within the administration. And I can't absolutely testify to that, but I will tell you that I got back to my office versions of these chronologies, and this is but one of many, that had the writing of other people that I did not recognize on those margins and cross-ins and line-outs. I did not recognize the handwriting. I did know that it was not Admiral Poindexter's.
I'd like you to turn to page 6 of Exhibit 23. And I'd like to refer you to a paragraph in the middle of the page that begins in mid-November. And I will read it. In mid-November, the Israelis, through a senior official in the Foreign Minister's office, Kimki, indicated that the government of Israel was convinced that they were nearing a breakthrough with Iran on a high-level dialogue. The Israelis contacted a U.S. official, North, and asked for the name of a European-based airline which could discreetly transit to Iran for the purpose of delivering passengers and cargo. He specifically noted that neither a U.S. carrier nor an Israeli-affiliated carrier could be used. And I want you to focus on this next sentence. We were assured at the time that the Israelis were going to, quote, try oil drilling parts as an incentive, since we had expressed so much displeasure over the earlier tow shipment. The name of the proprietary was passed to the Israeli, who subsequently had the aircraft chartered through normal commercial contract for a flight from Tel Aviv to Tabriz, Iran, on November 25, 1985. The Israelis were unwitting of the CIA's involvement in the airline, and the airline was paid at the normal commercial carrier rate, approximately $127,700. The airline personnel were also unwitting of the cargo they carried. And then in the next paragraph it says, in January, we learned that the Israelis, responding to urgent entreaties from the Iranians, has used the proprietary aircraft to transport 18 Hawk missiles to Iran in an effort to improve the static air defenses around Tehran. The statement, we were assured at the time that the Israelis were going to, quote, try oil drilling parts as an incentive, is false, isn't it?
There is much of what is in that paragraph that is false, and it was false because we were at that point in time making an effort to dissociate ourselves with the earlier Israeli shipments.
For what reason?
Well, I can answer part of that because I'm not sure that even today I know all of the reasons. My understanding was that because we had so many times told, well, let me back up just a second. There is no doubt that the Iranians were absolutely furious about the November Hawk shipment. The Iranians had apparently been promised something that would do considerably more than what a Hawk missile could do. And that promise apparently had been made by the Israelis through Mr. Ghorbanifar to the Iranians. They were indeed beside themselves. They accused the shipper of cheating, et cetera, et cetera. We, in our discussions with the Iranians starting in February of 1986, dissociated ourselves from that shipment. By 1986, in November, my concern, and my principal concern, was that if we associated ourselves now, at this point, with the September and principally October shipments, or excuse me, November shipment of Hawks, that we would jeopardize the hostages and potentially jeopardize the second channel, both of whom could be placed at great risk by that revelation. There may also have been other motivations. There is no doubt that that paragraph has several inconsistencies with the truth. I was deeply involved in that shipment because I got a phone call from Mr. McFarland in Europe that you now have a copy of, the contemporaneous notes that I made at the time. Actually, the first call I got was from an Israeli official, and it wasn't Mr. Kimke. It was from an Israeli official who was visiting the United States in New York, who apprised me that he'd just talked to Mr. McFarland, and Mr. McFarland had told him that he should call me and that I would, quote, fix it. I think it was while I was still on the phone with this Israeli official calling me from New York that I got a call from Mr. McFarland, who told me I would be called shortly by an Israeli official. Mr. McFarland was at the time, I believe, at the summit in Geneva. I told him I was already on the phone with the official, and he
Colonel
told me
North,
to take care of it.
I am going to ask you in a while to tell us the story of this transaction. But just for the moment, my question was more limited. I think you've answered it, and I will put another one to you. I think you may have answered this too. You knew that the statements in this paragraph were false.
Oh, absolutely. Yes.
And Mr. McFarland knew that they were false.
Yes.
And Mr.
Let me just, no, I'm not here to impugn anyone else's testimony. I'm here to tell you the facts as I know them. I don't know what Mr. McFarland knew. I will tell you that Mr. McFarland and I had a number of conversations about this transaction in November of 1985, and that I recorded in my notebooks records of that. I communicated with both Mr. McFarland and Admiral Poindexter about this transaction. I got authority to use a CIA proprietary.
At the time you're talking about?
Yes.
In 1985.
That's correct. Now, you're asking me if Mr. McFarland knew in 1986 that was true or false. Don't ask me to tell you what Mr. McFarland knew.
Well, let me ask you this question then. Who decided to put these false statements in this chronology?
Counsel, I don't know who made that decision.
Did you?
Well, I certainly had it typed in there. I certainly
On
admit to that.
whose authority did you type in false statements in this chronology?
I would like to point out to you, Counsel, that, and I believe you may well have a copy of it because it probably didn't go into the shredder. There was an initial chronology prepared on or about the 7th. If you have noted from my travel schedule, I spent the 1st through the 10th of November coming and going out of the United States, and I was home for a brief period. I believe it was the 7th of November. I began the chronology. That chronology reflected exactly what was taking place. Subsequent to that, and I cannot give you the exact day or time,
I'll help you on that in a minute, sir.
I was provided with additional input that was radically different from the truth. I assisted in furthering that version.
Who gave you that input?
It is my recollection it was provided by Mr. McFarland.
Did you say to Mr. Are you telling us, you telling the committee that he told you a different version of the facts, or are you telling us that he told you to write down a different version of the facts?
I was provided with a different version of the facts. They were, I believe, transmitted to me in a note, a prof's note, or a actual written memorandum that is basically what's here, that is inconsistent with what I knew to be the truth.
Did you say to Mr. McFarland, that's not the truth?
I don't have a specific recollection of that conversation. I do know that at one point in trying to determine who was where and when, I had in my office General Secord. When General Secord saw that version, and again, I may not be recalling it correctly, but I think Mr. McFarland may well have been there at that point. General Secord said, that's not true. I'm not going to help anymore in this. I'm leaving. And he got up and left. And I continued to work on this version because I believed that that's what needed to be put out, because that's what Mr. McFarland had given me.
Are you saying that you decided it was appropriate to put out a false version of the facts, or are you saying that you decided it was appropriate to follow Mr. McFarland's instructions?
I am saying that I decided that I would continue to participate in preparing a version of the chronology, not necessarily what would be the final historical internal version, but a version of the chronology that was inaccurate. I did participate in that activity, wittingly and knowingly.
My question, sir, did you raise with Mr. McFarland or any other person the fact that this version of the chronology was false?
Well, I believe I did. Again, I do not recall the specific discussion, but I came to be convinced that there were good and sufficient reasons why that version had to go the way it was.
So Mr. McFarland persuaded you that notwithstanding the fact that it was false, it was the wise course to put this story out.
Well, and again, I don't think it was just Mr. McFarland. I mean, as the days went by between the...
Answer with respect to Mr. McFarland. I'm going to ask you about other people in a minute.
Well, he convinced me to go ahead and put it into the chronology this way, yes. I mean, I did, after all. It was prepared on my machine and typed in my office.
I don't
So
want
I
there
did
to be
prepare
any
that.
unclarity in the record on this point, Colonel North, because it's an important one. I think you've answered it, but I want to make sure. Did you bring to Mr. McFarland's attention, prior to being persuaded, that the version he asked you to put out was false?
Again, Mr. Niels, I do not have a specific recollection of that, hey, look, boss, this thing isn't tracking with reality. I believe I did. I don't recall the specific discussion. I came to believe that there were good reasons for that. Now, I want to make one
And
more...
these reasons were
Counsel,
given
let
to
me
you?
finish this, please. He lived through this thing just like I did, okay? He knew what I knew. I knew, I think, what he knew. Admiral Poindexter knew. There was, at the time, a record. We didn't have the specific prof's notes there before us. I don't even think I had within my office at that point in time my notebooks that reflected that. But I knew enough about what, and I could remember enough, about what had transpired back then to know that this version was wrong, and that he knew that it was wrong, and that others, to include Mr. McFarland, knew that that version was wrong. And I came to believe that there were good and sufficient reasons. My reason, as I have said to you, my reason was principally the concern for the safety of the hostages and the Iranian Second Channel. I believe that if the proper version showing U.S. complicity and U.S. support and U.S. activity in the November '85 Hawk shipment came to be known to the Iranians, that the American hostages could be killed and that the second channel could go the same way. I was also concerned that there may well have been in that transaction such a clear indication that the original decision had been based solely on arms for hostages, that it could in turn be an enormous international embarrassment for the administration and the president, and could well work a domestic disaster, as we now see before us. So those were my, in order of priority, those were my concerns. I do not know what motivated others to start creating a chronology that was radically different from the facts. I've given you my reasons. I did not hear from them their reasons.
Was it Mr. McFarland who made the decision to put the chronologies out in this form, or was it some other person?
Well, Mr. McFarland at that point in time was no longer a member of the administration.
That was going to be my next question.
And so I must defer to others who, I certainly was not the decision maker. I have sat here and admitted to you that I participated in that process.
But you didn't make the decision.
I didn't make a lot of the decisions I'm accused of making.
We're
Mr.
just talking
Nelson.
about this one for now. We'll get
Or
to
this
others
one.
later.
Or this one.
And McFarland wasn't in the government.
That's correct.
So although he had a point of view as to what ought to be said, he wasn't the person who got to make the decision. Is that a fair statement?
I guess, yes.
Who did?
Well, I don't know who the ultimate decision maker was. I don't know who found this ultimate version on their desk, or this perhaps final version as you put it, because it's the last one I had a chance to prepare. But there is no doubt that Admiral Poindexter was witting of this. And in my understanding and my recollection of the facts of 1985, there were other people who knew that this was incorrect. Director Casey knew that this version was incorrect. If I remember the events of 1985 correctly, there was a whole cabinet of people who met in November of 1985 and December of 1985, to include the Secretaries of State and Defense, the Attorney General, and others who participated in those activities. So I mean, I didn't consider myself to be the lone wolf out here creating paper that nobody else knew about.
Was the Attorney General aware in November of 1985 that 18 Hawk missiles had been shipped to Iran?
I did not specifically address it to the Attorney General in November of 1985. I do remember discussions that included the Attorney General subsequent to this event. I believe there was one that Mr. McFarland referred me to in December that I believe may well have addressed this issue, because when he joined me in London, we talked about how to fix the problems that had been created by the September and November shipments. One of the issues that had already come up by then was a draft finding prepared in concert with Mr. Sporkin, who was at the time the General Counsel of the Central Intelligence Agency. I was led to believe, or at least came to believe, in 1985 that Mr. Sporkin had gotten the acquiescence or support, or either he or Director Casey, of the Attorney General in that November finding. The November finding specifically referred to prior actions.
Ratified them.
Ratified prior actions.
Was that finding ever signed?
It is my understanding that the finding was signed.
And what is the basis for your understanding?
I believe, although I do not recall specifically, but I believe I saw a signed copy of that finding.
Where?
Admiral Poindexter's office.
Did you have a copy of it in your office?
I did not. I had a draft copy.
When did you see the signed finding?
I think I may have seen a signed copy of it in early December.
Of what year?
1986. Sorry, 5.
That finding referred only to arms and hostages. Isn't that true? It didn't refer to any broader purposes.
Exactly. And that, as I indicated a few moments ago, I perceive to be a serious deficiency in that finding.
And a serious problem, therefore, with exposure of the Hawk shipment.
Well, exactly. I mean, the exposure to the Hawk shipment, again, my priorities: safety of the hostages, safety of the second channel, the international repercussions of what clearly in that initial finding sent to the National Security Advisor by Director Casey was nothing more than an arms for hostage swap. And I would point out that Mr. Sporkin and I worked diligently over the course of the next few days and weeks to prepare a finding which addressed what I thought were the broader issues, and what I clearly believe Mr. McFarland believed to be the broader issues, and certainly Admiral Poindexter in support of the broader issues.
I want to return, we'll come back to these subjects in a minute, Colonel North, but I'd like to return to the chronologies and to the question of who it was in the administration that decided that the false version of the facts should be put forward. Did Admiral Poindexter make that decision?
I don't know. I did not ask Admiral Poindexter if he had run this decision up the line.
Do you know it went at least as far as Admiral Poindexter?
Oh, yes. I know that he had versions, not necessarily this one, but he had versions of this chronology which reflected that kind of language. That's correct, that I had given him.
And did he ask you to put that language in?
No, as I indicated earlier, I had gotten that language from Mr. McFarland.
So you got the language from McFarland. He persuaded you it was appropriate to put it in. You put it in.
Who is he?
McFarland.
Yes.
You put it in, and you sent copies of the chronology with that false version in it to Admiral Poindexter.
And others. I want to point out that I got back, as I was preparing, and there were many, many versions, I got back in my office handwritten notes on the marginalia on each of the documents, many of the documents, notes from various people that were not recognizable to me. People making editorial changes, if you will.
Did you discuss the wisdom of putting out a false version of the facts with Admiral Poindexter?
I may have. I don't recall a specific discussion with it. Again, it was, he and I knew what had transpired back in November of '85. He and I knew that this version of the document was wrong, intentionally misleading, showing a separation between the United States and Israel on the activity.
Well, let me put it to you this way, Colonel North. You have indicated that there were reasons that were given to you and that you had in your own mind why it was a good idea to put forward this false version. There were some reasons.
I don't believe I said people gave me reasons. I think what I told you were my reasons as I understood them. Whether I collected that up as the wisdom of other people, I don't recall.
Well, you also said you were persuaded by Mr. McFarland.
Yes.
And I take it when he persuaded you, he gave you some reasons.
Again, I told you that I don't recall that specific discussion. I suppose there was one. I didn't willingly, just willy-nilly do this kind of thing.
In any event, my question to you, sir, is there were reasons on the other side, were there not?
Would you give me, I don't understand your question about reasons on the other side.
There were reasons, well, I'll give them to you and see if you agree. First of all, you put some value, don't you, in the truth?
I put great value in the truth. I came here to tell it.
So that would be a reason not to put forward this version of the facts.
The truth would be a reason not to put forward that version of the facts. But as I indicated to you a moment ago, I put great value on the lives of the American hostages. I worked hard to bring back as many as we could. I put great value on the possibility that we
We'll
could
get
have
back to
ended the
that, but
Iran-Iraq War, and that we had established for the first time a direct contact with people inside Iran who might be able to assist us in a strategic reopening and who were at great risk if they were exposed. And so, yes, I put great value in the truth, and as I said, I came here to tell it. But I also put great value on human life. And I put great value on that second channel who was at risk.
By putting out this false version of the facts, you were committing, were you not, the entire administration to telling a false story?
Well, I'm not trying to pass the buck here, okay? I did a lot of things, and I want to stand up and say that I'm proud of them. I don't want you to think, counsel, that I went about this all on my own. I realize there's a lot of folks around that think there's a loose cannon on the gun deck estate at the NSC. That wasn't what I heard while I worked there. I've only heard it since I left. People used to walk up to me and tell me what a great job I was doing. And the fact is, there were many, many people, to include the former Assistant to the President for National Security Affairs, the current National Security Advisor, the Attorney General of the United States of America, the Director of Central Intelligence, all of whom knew that to be wrong.
We understand that, Colonel, and I take it one of your functions was to give people above you in the hierarchy advice.
That is correct.
And by putting out this story, you are committing, among other people, the President of the United States to telling a version of the facts which wasn't true.
Counsel, I think I've answered the question as best I can. I'm not too sure who you want to blame for committing who. If you want to blame me for committing others, that's fine.
No one has suggested that, sir. My question to you is this. Isn't it true, and I'll put it that others above you, by putting out this version of the facts, were committing the President of the United States to a false story?
Yes, that's true.
Did you ever say to any of those people, you can't do that without asking the President?
No, I did not.
Did you ever say, you can't do that, it's not true, and you cannot commit the President of the United States to a lie?
I don't believe that I ever said that to anyone, no.
Did anybody else in your presence say that?
No.
So none of these people, Director of Central Intelligence, 2 National Security Advisors, Attorney General, none of them ever made the argument, it's not true, you can't say it.
No, and in fairness to them, I think that they had a darn good reason for not putting the straight story out, and their reasons might have been the same as mine. They may have been different, and you'd have to ask them. But the fact is, I think there were good and sufficient reasons at that time.
Did anybody ask the President?
I did not.
Do you know if anyone else did?
I do not.
Can there ever be good and sufficient reasons to put out a false story about the President's activities without asking him?
Counsel, I don't know that the President ever used this version. I know that other people did, but I don't know that the President of the United States was ever given this version. I don't know that the President had this put before him and said, use this. And I don't know that he's ever said that.
Well, once other people put this version out, and you've indicated that others did, I take it Director Casey among them,
Director Casey certainly put out a part of that. And as I said, not all of that middle paragraph you've just shown me is incorrect.
But some of it is, and Director Casey
Yes.
used it in his testimony, did he not?
I have not seen Director Casey's testimony. I'd have to see it to tell you whether he did or didn't.
It's been provided to you. It's been made
So is a
public.
mountain of paper, Counsel, bigger than I am.
You were present, I take it, at a meeting on the 20th of November in Admiral Poindexter's office.
Let me try to recall.
Thursday, early afternoon, the day before Director Casey was to testify before the House and Senate Intelligence Committees.
Yes, I was.
And the purpose of that meeting, I take it present at the meeting were, among other people, Director Casey, Admiral Poindexter, you, Mr. Cooper from the Attorney General's office, the Attorney General, Paul Thompson.
I recall, quite honestly, I didn't recall Mr. Cooper being present, but I do recall that the others were present. I also believe that Director Casey had one of his staff present with him.
Was it Mr. Gates?
I don't think Mr. Gates was there for that meeting. I think maybe it was Mr. Cave. Hope I'm just giving away a name I shouldn't have said, but
No, that name is public. It's been released in the tower.
his name ought to be public. He's a great American.
My question is, I take it the purpose of that meeting was to go over the testimony that Casey was to give the next day.
Yes. Among other things, yes. I mean, one of the things we were talking about, I think in a more closed meeting before this broader meeting, or it was before, was how we would proceed with next steps on the hostages and the second channel. And I think that's why Mr. Cave was there.
And I take it that the subject of the November hawk shipment and what he would testify about it was discussed.
As I recall, that was a subject of discussion, and I had worked, as I recall, on various issues with CIA officers. Director Casey had been away, and as I recall, had been brought back early from a trip. And I had been working with a number of his staff on various testimony preparations. And at the meeting on the 20th, I recall it a lot differently than perhaps some other people have. My principal objective in that session was to create some closure between a CIA version which showed this to be a, quote, NSC operation, and make it more visible as a U.S. government operation. The CIA version of their chronology had said, this is the NSC this, the NSC that, the NSC et cetera, and my effort was to try and make closure between their version and one that would say this was the U.S. government that did A, B, and C. Nonetheless, the portion that dealt with the November hawk shipments was in part in error. Now, I understand that there's a lot of heroes walking around that have claimed credit for exposing the fraud, etc. Let me just make note as to what I recall and what I recorded at the time, and you have my notes. After we left that meeting, I do not recall, incidentally, a great debate over whether the U.S. government knew or whether the CIA knew what was aboard the airplane. I very clearly knew what was on that airplane. So did Director Casey know that I knew what was on that airplane. The issue, as far as I was concerned, was what did the CIA know? I had told the CIA, after my discussions, this is going back to 1985, after my discussions with the Israelis, which occurred the night Mr. McFarland called, I believe I flew up to New York, and we can go through that whole 1985 chronology if you wish. There were subsequent discussions with the Israelis. General Secord went over, and we eventually got a CIA proprietary to fly Hawks from Israel to Iran. I knew it, and by then the CIA knew that they were flying something for me. I never told, I don't believe, the CIA what was really on those airplanes. I don't believe. I knew. And so in working the chronology, it was important that the CIA be able to say that they did not know what was on the airplanes at the time. And I don't believe they did. They certainly found out shortly thereafter because of the same sensitive intelligence I referred to earlier. There was no doubt that shortly thereafter, everybody who had access to that very sensitive intelligence knew what was going on. There was a discussion, as I recall, relatively brief, in Admiral Poindexter's office, which included Admiral Poindexter, Director Casey, myself, Mr. Thompson, I believe Mr. Cave, and the Attorney General. And if he says he was there, Mr. Cooper, I just don't remember him. May have been the first time I ever met the man. I then went back to Director Casey's office, over in the old executive office building, the one that was just down the hall from my basement. And in that room, Director Casey and I fixed that testimony and removed the offensive portions. And we fixed it by omission. We left out. It wasn't made accurate. It wasn't made fulsome. It was fixed by omission. I know that there's a lot of other heroes who have exposed all this, but I will tell you that it was done within minutes of finishing that meeting, and it was done in his old executive office building office, right down the hall from my basement.
When you say the testimony was fixed, I take it, and fixed by omission.
Yes.
You are saying that you and Director Casey agreed that he would say that they were told to pick up bulky cargo and that the crew on the airline was told it was oil drilling equipment and Hawk missiles would never be mentioned.
That's right. My recollection of that agreement, by the way, goes all the way back to a year earlier, in which the discussions I had with the Israeli officials, we agreed that the storyline would be that they were shipping oil drilling equipment. And so when I contacted the CIA in November of 1985 and asked them to provide the name of an air carrier that was discreet in Europe, I told them that it was oil drilling equipment. I lied to the CIA because that was the convention that we had worked out with the Israelis, that no one else was to know.
Now, you've heard, I take it you listened or are familiar with the testimony of Mr. Cooper.
I don't recall watching. I'm reminded that I've seen a tape of some of it, yes.
Well, I will tell you, if your recollection needs refreshing, that Mr. Cooper said that he was at the meeting in Admiral Poindexter's office on the 20th with Director Casey and others, and that you were arguing in favor of changing Director Casey's testimony so that instead of saying the CIA didn't know there were Hawk missiles, that the testimony would read, no one in the United States government would knew that Hawk missiles were involved.
Is that the statement, counsel, that Mr. Cooper said was written in by Colonel North on the document?
I'm about to ask him the question concerning the writing.
Is this the same Mr. Cooper that said he would not believe Colonel North under oath?
The question should be asked by the witness. Please advise your witness.
Excuse me, Mr. Chairman. If there's a document that counsel is referring to, we'd like to have our attention directed to it, please.
Exhibit 31. But before we get to the document, I'm asking you the question, did you, at that meeting, argue in favor of changing the testimony so it would read, "No one in the U.S. government knew"?
My recollection, and I appreciate you showing me this one page of this document. I think what's also important is if you have it, the rest of that document is important too, because it was a multi-page document. My recollection of the meeting is that this was indeed a multi-page document. It was part of the director's preparation for his appearance before the House and Senate Intelligence Committees. And I had worked with his staff for several days prior to that to develop that testimony, because many of them didn't know what was going on in these activities. And my concern was that the documents reflect as much as oft as possible that this was a U.S. government activity. Much of this is a CIA prepared piece of paper, by the way. Much of the CIA paper showed that this was a, quote, NSC activity. And so I had urged in this meeting that, look, you got to stop calling this a NSC activity. The NSC is not a government unto itself, in spite of what some of you may believe. The NSC was an organ of the U.S. government. And would you please, therefore, get closure? Stop. Let's take out NSC and CIA and put in U.S. government everywhere we can in the document. That is my recollection of what I was trying to do during that session. Now, there were many other people there. The important thing is that, first of all, on this document, that's not my writing. Second of all, sitting in the room are other people who have intimate knowledge of what had transpired in November of 1985. I'm not the only one in the room that knows what's going on. Perhaps Mr. Cooper didn't, but surely, with the possible exception of Mr. Thompson, everybody else did. So I'm not the only one sitting in the room having a construction problem here. And I do not recall emphasizing the U.S. government aspect of it. And when we went back to Director Casey's office, my recollection is we simply deleted the whole line and went back to the version that said the CIA was told that it was oil drilling equipment.
Just to make sure the record is clear, are you saying that you don't remember whether you argued in favor of saying no one in the U.S. government knew, or are you saying that you didn't?
I'm saying I don't remember arguing for that particular proposal. I do remember arguing to put everywhere we could into the many pages of this testimony the words U.S. government, and to delete words like the NSC or the CIA, and to put in as many places as possible an emphasis on a U.S. government activity. And one of the reasons why I thought it was important is because going all the way back to November and December of 1985, I was in contact with officials in the Department of Defense trying to find out what does a Hawk cost, and eventually what does a tow cost for replacement purposes and things like that. So, I mean, there were many people in our government who knew what I was doing. Among them were the people in that room, with the possible exceptions of Cooper and Thompson. But surely everybody else in that room knew what had happened. We'd even gone to the Attorney General in the period of time when Mr. Sporkin was the General Counsel, trying to get a ruling on a previous Attorney General's decision that it was legitimate to do these things, that it was legitimate to ship these kinds of arms under a finding.
Would it be correct to say that you do not deny arguing in favor of writing no one in the U.S. government found out that the airline had hauled Hawk missiles?
I deny that.
Excuse me, Counsel. I don't believe you've attached the page with that language on it. We only have one page here. Do you have a second page?
It's on that page.
Well, you've done pretty well in making it possible to read. Where is it?
I'll read it to you. It's in the third to the bottom paragraph, middle of the paragraph. The words, "we in the CIA did not find," is crossed out, and above it is written, "no one in the USG found out or found, that's what's written in, and the rest of the sentence reads, out that our airline had hauled Hawk missiles into Iran until mid-January when we were told by the Iranians.
I deny that that is my writing.
No, that isn't my question. Do you deny that you argued in favor of that change?
No. Again, but I don't recall the emphasis of the meeting being on that change.
Do you know who wrote the words no one in the USG found?
I haven't the slightest idea whose writing that is on any of that. My looking at this Xerox copies, you've got several different, at least penmanship styles. I have no idea whose writing it is. I know it's not mine.
I'd like to go back to the reason for putting out a false version of facts in the NSC chronologies concerning the Hawk shipment. Was the reason the fact that the pre-finding shipments by the Israelis were in violation of law?
Well, let me just preamble that by virtue of saying I don't believe that anything I did while I was at the NSC was a violation of law, nor do I believe that anything we did while I was at the NSC was a violation of law. I didn't believe it then. I don't believe it now. If I believed it then, I wouldn't have done it. So that's a preamble. Now, you're asking me if some people reasoned, perhaps, that there was some kind of flaw in the original November finding. And I don't know that. I know that we worked very hard, Mr. Sporkin and I, and eventually with the director himself. And I believe that there was dialogue with the Attorney General at about that point in time, before and during the November finding was sent over and signed. I believe that everybody thought at the time it was legitimate.
That isn't my question. I'm not asking about what people thought at the time. I'm asking whether the reason for putting out a false version of facts in 1986 was because people believed then that the transactions had been illegal.
That reason was never addressed to me at the time.
Okay.
By anyone, nor did I consider that to be such.
I would like to explore that. I think the first thing to do is to refer you to Exhibit 18. That is a chronology that bears the date and time November 17, 1986, 2000, which I take it as 8 p.m.
2000.
I'm sorry, 2000.
Military time.
I'd like you to turn first to page 4. In the middle of the page, there's a paragraph that reads as follows. On August 22nd, 1985, the U.S., through the U.S. citizen intermediary, acquiesced in an Israeli delivery of military supplies, 508 tows, to Tehran. Down further in the same paragraph, it states, U.S. acquiescence in this Israeli operation was based on a decision at the highest level. Now, Mr. McFarland, who I gather was personally familiar with those events at the time, has told this committee that that paragraph is accurate as it is written there. And that acquiescence at the highest level reflects the fact that the President had authorized the Israeli shipment. Then I'd like you to turn the page to page 5.
What was the question? Did I just agree to something?
No, you haven't agreed to anything. If you want to disagree, you may, but the
Well,
reason I didn't ask you a question is that I believe, based on your prior testimony, that you had no firsthand knowledge of that approval and acquiescence.
I want to clarify that record if I left
Go ahead.
impression. I had, by that point in time, already asked for the increased intelligence collection that would allow us to monitor this transaction. So there is a part of that that's not accurate. I'm telling you now, maybe you didn't know. but I
Which
mean-
part is not accurate?
Well, the part which says, though we were not aware of the shipment at the time it was made, we were certainly aware within hours. Let me, without saying hours, we were certainly aware within days.
But in any event, there was acquiescence at the highest level, so far as you knew.
As far as I knew, that's correct.
And on the next page, first full paragraph covers the November Hawk transaction. In late November 1985, the Israelis, responding to urgent entreaties from the Iranians, provided 18 basic Hawk missiles to Iran in order to improve the static defenses around Tehran. The Israeli delivery of Hawk missiles raised U.S. concerns that we could well be creating misunderstandings in Tehran and thereby jeopardizing our objective of arranging a direct meeting with high-level Iranian officials. These missiles were subsequently returned to Israel in February 1986 with U.S. assistance. At least as far as that paragraph goes, there's nothing wrong with it, is there?
No, it is accurate as far as it goes.
And I think we've already established that the version 3 days later, November 20th, contains an inaccurate description of the same transaction.
That is correct.
Now, the next thing I'd like you to turn to is exhibit number 36. Do you have exhibit 36 in your book?
I have an Exhibit 36, which is an extract from my notebook dated 18 November 86. At the top of the page, it says 1030 Kiel.
This is, unfortunately, this exhibit is not yet in all of the other books, so I will ask you questions in some detail about it. I take it this is a page out of your spiral notebooks,
Certainly is.
which you recently provided to the committees.
I did.
And it is a note reflecting an event on the 18th of November 1986.
That's correct.
And these are your handwritten notes.
That is my writing.
And the conversation took place at 10:30 in the morning.
Apparently so. I see if I can recall being there. Yes,
And it's with Mr. Keel.
that's correct.
And who was he?
He was the Deputy Assistant for National Security Affairs, the Principal Deputy to Admiral Poindexter.
Is he one of the people who was given these draft chronologies?
I'm sure he was. I do not recall saying, "Here, Al, here's a copy of the chronologies." I would also like to point out that Mr. Keel was not in the, or Dr. Keel was not in the NSC staff in 1985 when these events took place, and to my knowledge was unwitting of, well, I want to get the, somebody ought to walk out of this thing alive. You know, Dr. Keel was, to my knowledge, totally unwitting of the use of residuals to support the Iranian-Contras right up to the very end.
And presumably also ignorant of the true facts relating to the November 1985 hawk shipment.
That's correct.
But he is asking you some questions here, I take it, and you're writing them down.
Yes.
And one of the questions he asks you at the middle of the page is, did this violate Arms Export Control Act?
I'm sorry, my copy is almost illegible even. Okay. Yes, by the way, what these are, this is a preparation session where I am being tasked to prepare Q's and A's for the President's press conference the following night. And what we normally did in the NSC for a press conference, we would, based on the media and questions that were being asked or things that were being said, we would come up with questions and answers to what we anticipated the President could be asked at the press conference.
He's trying to throw tough questions at you so you can come up with good answers for him.
Yes.
And right below that, he says, did Israeli shipments on our behalf violate law?
Right, anticipating that these could be questions that would be asked at the press conference.
Then he was bringing these questions to your attention.
Exactly. I think there were a total of 70, or 56 or something like that. I remember bringing it back to my staff who was not altogether pleased with the
But these were two
number
of
and the
them.
deadline.
These were two of them that you took notes on the morning of the 18th of November.
Exactly.
Then I'd like you to turn to Exhibit 37.
Is this another page?
Do you have that in front of you?
I do. I have a page labeled 18 or 19 November 86.
Mine says 18 November 1986. And about a third of the way down the page, it says 1730 call from JMP. And that, I take it, reflects a telephone call from Admiral Poindexter,
Yes.
and that's at about 5:30.
1730 is 5:30. That's correct.
And you're taking notes of your conversation with him.
That's correct.
Now, the first line refers to Kimke came to see Bud.
Right.
That's Mr. McFarland. And then a little bit further down, it says hospital in Bethesda meeting July RCM.
Right.
Do you know what that refers to?
Again, I don't recall this specific conversation except by looking at my notes, but I think that refers to the fact that Mr. McFarland met with the President in July at Bethesda. The President was in the hospital in July.
1985.
After his cancer surgery. That's correct.
So he's talking about the pre-finding period.
Exactly. And the pre-hawk shipment period, pre-tow shipment period.
And then two entries further down, it said, big issue then was legality.
Right?
And do you recall him bringing that fact to your attention on the 18th of November, 1986?
Well, I obviously wrote it down, so I can't, I'm not trying to deny that that was a question.
And I'd like you to turn to Exhibit 38.
Are we drawing a conclusion here based on this, though, Counsel? I mean,
So far I'm asking you questions, and other people will draw conclusions, perhaps, depending on your answers.
I'm sure.
Well, so far, we're just reading his notes.
Do you have Exhibit 38 in front of you?
Right?
And is that a note that you also took on the same day, November 18, 1986?
It appears to be a note I took on the, at 1800, on the 18th, a call from Mr. Armitage.
From the Defense Department?
Yes?
And it has opposite, it says 1800 call from Armitage, and it has lawyers underlined.
Right?
Do you know what, and then underneath that it says Israeli shipments in 1985. Did we know about it? When did we promise to replenish the Israelis? Do you know what those, I take it you're taking down what he's saying to you?
Yes.
And it's, once again, we're discussing, or he's discussing, these Israeli shipments.
Exactly, which is now very much in the news all over the world.
And he says lawyers. Do you know why he has written a reference to lawyers?
And again, I don't recall the specific phone call. I'll bet there were a bunch of them those days. My sense is he had probably said, you know, our lawyers have just asked me about what the Israeli shipments in '85, and did we know about it, and when did we promise, or how? I guess it's when did we promise to replenish the Israelis. And therein he has indicated, I think, that he came into that rather late. And my recollection, if you want to go all the way back to 1985, when this problem began, is that I didn't know we had an enormous problem with replenishment until after I got involved in trying to get an airplane to move the Israeli Hawks.
Is he raising a question, or did he raise a question with you during that conversation regarding the legality of the Israeli shipments in 1985?
Yeah, I don't remember the conversation, Mr. Niels, but I don't believe Rich Armitage was initially engaged. My original, if I recall properly what happened in '85, my original point of contact was General Colin Powell, who was going directly to his immediate superior, Secretary Weinberger. At some point along in this effort to find a way to replenish, Mr. Noel Cook became a point of contact, and then subsequent to that, Mr. Armitage became a point of contact. So he's probably trying to reconstruct what happened before he became a point of contact on replenishment. And my answer to him is, and I don't remember what I said, I may have said I'll have to get back to you, which I had to do a lot at that point in time. Things were busy. But my recollection is that we had made a commitment, unbeknownst to me, and it was a confusing commitment. The Israelis expected to be able, initially, the way they presented it, to have gratis given to them, 508 tows in replenishment for what they had shipped in August and September. And the same thing applied to the November Hawks. I mean, my introduction to this was a discussion with a senior Israeli official in New York. And it was not until January of 1986 that we came upon a way to actually replenish the Israeli stocks. Mr. McFarland described one answer that he had given to the Israelis. The Israelis described another answer that they heard about replenishment. And when Mr. McFarland resigned in December, I was left holding the bag of how to replenish the Israeli tows. We eventually got the Hawks back, so we didn't have to replenish them. But there were clearly two different understandings as to what replenishment meant going all the way back to 1985, and I think that's why Mr. Armitage is asking the question at this point.
My question is a little bit shorter and simpler. Isn't Mr. Armitage, or didn't Mr. Armitage pass on concerns that were raised by lawyers at the Defense Department?
Again, my recollection of this conversation is the lawyers have come into him and said, hey, Ali, the lawyers are asking me about the Israeli shipments in 1985. Did we know about it? And when did we promise to replenish these guys? And here we are in 1986.
My question to you is, isn't it the case that on the 18th, the day that you received 3 telephone calls inquiring about Arms Export Control Act, raising questions of legality, that you started changing the chronologies in order to deal with that question? And I'm going to
No.
ask you to turn...
No, the short answer is no. I think the chronologies had already started to be changed. I think my initial input from Mr. McFarland predates this.
Well, let's check that against the record. I'd like you to turn to Exhibit 19. Do you have that in front of you?
I do.
If you turn to page, excuse me, that is a version of the chronology on the 18th of November at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And if you turn to page 4,
I'm sorry.
if you turn to page 4, third full paragraph, last sentence of the paragraph, you will see that there is an explicit mention of the Arms Export Control Act for the first time. And it says the total value of this shipment was less than $2 million and therefore below the threshold for required reporting of a military equipment transfer under the Arms Export Control Act.
Right.
So whoever is drafting these chronologies is now taking account of the Arms Export Control Act requirements.
Correct.
But there are a couple of problems, I take it. One is that the Hawk transaction was well over $2 million. Isn't that true?
That's true, but it didn't happen quite the way it was intended to happen. The Hawks eventually ended up back in Israel.
But over $2 million was paid to Israel. Indeed, $18 million was paid to Israel.
I'm sorry?
Isn't that correct? $18 million was transferred from the Iranians to the Israelis and then later returned. Isn't that true?
I do not know if that's true or not.
Well, we'll get to that later. I believe it's mentioned in your prof message, which was not deleted.
That old delete button. I'd
like you to...
I'm not denying that, Mr. Niels. What I'm saying is that what you just told me about money being transferred didn't come to the United States, I don't believe.
I didn't suggest that it did. I said it went to the Israelis.
From the Iranians?
Yes.
Okay.
Then I'd like you to turn to Exhibit number 20.
Mr. Niels, is this a good place to stand in recess?
In one question, it will be,
Please proceed.
Mr. Chairman. Exhibit number 20 is a chronology also written on the 18th, and this one at 7:30 p.m. I believe that's after all three of these telephone conversations raising legality, lawyers' questions. And I'll ask you to turn to page 12. You'll see at the bottom of the page some new language added into the chronology. It says, during the course of this operation and before, the U.S. was cognizant of only 2 shipments from Israel to Iran. Specifically, the Israelis acknowledged the August 85 shipment of 508 tows after it had taken place, the word after underscored. And then at the end of that sentence it says, we subsequently agreed to replace these tows in May of 1986.
Actually, we agreed to replace them earlier than that, but we weren't able to do so until May of '86.
But this document doesn't say so. It only mentions activity post-finding. Is that correct?
Well, it was post-finding. I think the actual understanding I reached with the Israelis on replacing the tows was reached in late January, in a meeting in Europe.
And then at the bottom of that page, it says the November 85 shipment of 8, which is, I take it, a mistake,
Yes.
Israeli Hawk missiles was not an authorized exception to policy. So wouldn't it be fair to say, Colonel North, that you are or whoever is drafting these chronologies, on the 18th is trying to deal with the issues raised by the Arms Export Control Act that have been brought to your attention during the course of the day.
I'm sure that's the case.
And then it was 2 days later that the narrative version was changed completely so as to deny any knowledge of the Hawk transaction and to assert our belief that it was oil drilling equipment.
I believe that the director's testimony was changed to reflect that the CIA was told.
I'm referring to the chronology now.
Okay, yes.
Mr. Chairman, thank you.
The hearing will stand in recess until 2 p.m. this afternoon. The hearing will please come to order. Mr. Niels.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Colonel North, this morning you were answering questions concerning what was said about transactions that occurred in 1985. This afternoon I'd like to ask you what actually did happen. And perhaps we could take first the August-September shipment of tows. And I think it might be most helpful if you simply would describe for the committee what your understanding and role was in that transaction at the time it happened. Would you do so, please, sir?
The August-September 85 shipment is the one I believe you're referring to, sir?
Correct.
I'm working without refreshed recall. Let me do the best I can to remember back to that period of time. I had had several meetings with Mr. Ledeen, which led to a meeting or two with two Israeli citizens, private citizens, and then a subsequent meeting, as I recall, with Mr. Ghorbanifar. That in turn led to a meeting with Mr. Kimke, and I believe all of these took place prior to the September shipment. Mr. Kimke and Mr. McFarland then had a meeting, as I recall, and I was aware, I think by virtue of the sensitive intelligence, at the time that the Israelis were indeed involved in a transaction. I did not know at the time the exact nature of that, I don't think, but I did know that as a consequence, an American hostage or two was expected to be released. I was instructed to take precautions for that eventuality. We did so. Reverend Weir was picked up in accord with what we expected to happen, delivered to a U.S. vessel, and then shortly thereafter brought to a U.S. military installation here in the United States. I met him and brought with me a letter from the President asking his assistance as best he could give it and expressing the President's well wishes on his release from captivity. I don't have a specific recall of many things happening in between, although I believe I had another meeting with Mr. Ghorbanifar. My next very specific recollection are the series of phone calls I described to you on or about the 17th of November.
I'd like to stop you and ask you some questions about the tow transaction, if I may first.
Yes.
Who are the two Israeli citizens?
Mr. Schwimmer and Mr. Nimrati.
Were the meetings that you described with Mr. Ledeen, Mr. Schwimmer, Mr. Nimrati, and Mr. Ghorbanifar meetings in which arms were discussed?
I believe they were, yes.
And hostages?
Oh, yes, but also discussed were the broader purposes for an opening with Iran, the opportunity to end Shia fundamentalist terrorism.
What was your authority for participating in those meetings?
Well, Mr. McFarland's authority as an NSC staffer.
So that Mr. McFarland was aware of the fact that you were having these meetings and he had authorized them?
Well, I did keep Mr. McFarland apprised of those, yes I did. Normally through the prop system, I think.
Was it your understanding that Mr. McFarland had already had similar meetings himself with either the two Israeli citizens, Mr. Ghorbanifar or Mr. Kimke?
I came to the understanding, and I'm not sure exactly when it was, that Mr. McFarland and Mr. Kimke had met several times, and further that there had been, by the time, I guess, October or November got around, that there had actually been discussions of this with the President. I was not a party to any of those discussions with the President, but I was told at some point that the President had authorized these Israeli transactions to proceed during the summer in July.
And I think you may have said this, but when did you first become aware of the fact that the President had authorized these transactions?
My first awareness of a specific presidential transaction or authorization for a transaction is, as I recall, in the time period when we were engaged on the Hawk shipment, wherein I believe I made a recording or a note to the effect that Admiral Poindexter told me that the President had authorized it to proceed.
Were you ever told that the President had authorized the tow shipment to proceed?
I was at some point, yes.
To the best of your recollection, when?
Well, I know I was told that in '86 as I was preparing the chronologies. I was probably told that in '85, or I would have asked more questions than I did about it. I don't recall it specifically.
Who told you in 1986 that the President had authorized the tow shipment?
Mr. McFarland.
And assuming that you were told it earlier, do you recall anyone other than Mr. McFarland telling you that earlier?
No, I don't at all. But I want to make a point about, at some point in December, while I was overseas, there were meetings held at the White House among a number of cabinet officers in which apparently these issues were discussed. And subsequent to that, there was a finding done giving retroactive ratification to what had already transpired that cabinet officers were also aware of.
To the best of your recollection, when did you first have meetings with either Mr. Ledeen, Mr. Nimrati, or Mr. Schwimmer on the subject of arms and hostages?
I can't recall a specific date. I would put it in the summer of 1985.
And what was the purpose of these meetings? Why was the United States or any officials of the United States involved?
Well, I don't know, other than the fact that the proposal as it was being advanced to me was that this is in our interest to achieve a strategic breakthrough with Iran, to establish contacts with moderate or pragmatic elements within Iran. And I happen to believe that. I think it was in our interest. I think it still is in our interest that if we have a means of establishing some kind of a strategic relationship with this country, that it serves our interests. And so, as I recall, the discussion started out in a very philosophical vein, but quickly moved beyond that over the course of several weeks to discuss specific activities that would allow that breakthrough. I believe the very first person to raise it with me was Mr. Ledeen, and then I'm sure that I then raised it with Mr. McFarland.
What, if anything, was the United States government being asked to do or agree to?
Well, as I understood the September, just as I now understand what I understood about September of '85, what we were simply being asked to do, as I understood it, was to acquiesce in the Israelis providing certain munitions, and it was probably unspecified as to what they were until later on, for the purposes of opening this dialogue, and at the same time getting beyond the obstacle of the hostages.
Why, to your understanding, was it necessary to obtain U.S. government acquiescence?
Well, we have obviously strictures on what we can and cannot allow. What they knew what the strictures were on what they could or could not do in accord with U.S. regulations and the like. So my guess is, and I'm trying to put myself in someone else's shoes, what they wanted to do was to get our acknowledgement, acquiescence, concurrence in providing these materials that they otherwise could not legally or correctly move. And I'm not sure that legally is the right word, but that's my understanding. I did not at the time understand that there was any problem with what I eventually came to call replenishment. It was never addressed to me that way.
Was that discussed with the Israeli citizens or Mr. Ledeen, the issue of replenishment?
I have absolutely no recall of the replenishment issue until November, when it was basically said, okay, now what are you going to do about giving us some more tows?
I take it one thing is clear, and that is that the tows or the weapons that were being shipped were Israeli weapons that were in Israeli stocks, not U.S. weapons in U.S. stocks.
It is my understanding, it was my understanding at the time that there were 500 tows which had originally been provided by the United States to Israel that were shipped in August and September. In fact, my original understanding was that they were all shipped in September, but eventually I learned that there were 2 shipments of 200 plus each, and that the shipment wasn't really 500, it was 504, and then they learned it was 508.
When, to your understanding, were these tows originally shipped by the United States to Israel?
I have no idea. I was never told.
I'd like to move on now to the period following the release of Mr. Weir, following the tow shipment. Did you have, following his release, was there any increased interest in the United States government for continuing with this type of venture?
Well, apparently there was. I don't have a recollection of a great deal of dialogue with me, but apparently there was a good bit of it going on elsewhere, probably at a level above me, because I did get a call from a senior Israeli official from New York in mid-November asking for my help in a problem that had developed.
Would you simply pick up the story of the Hawk shipment, starting with that call that you received from the Israeli official, and tell us in your own words what you remember? And we know that this is a more complicated story than the tow shipment, and you can rely on me to ask you some questions after you've told your narrative.
All right, sir. It is my recollection that on November 17th, I received a phone call in the evening from an Israeli official who was in New York, indicating a problem. I then, I think, while I was still on the line with him, got a call from Mr. McFarland. My contemporaneous note at the time indicates that the two calls were, if nothing else, sequential.
I take it this was a call from Mr. Rabin.
It was.
And what was the problem?
Well, he did, at that point, he didn't go into it in any detail, that there was a problem with a shipment, a movement on the project that I knew about. I then got a call from Mr. McFarland from Europe telling me that Mr. Rabin would call. I told him I had already talked to Mr. Rabin. He said, look, just, you go take care of that problem. This was a transatlantic open line telephone call, as I remember it. And so my recollection is I flew up immediately to talk with Mr. Rabin. He then sent several of his Ministry of Defense representatives to talk with me. It was in that period of time that I became aware of what was really trying to be moved. Now, I may have already known some of that from sensitive intelligence, but the full parameters of it were laid out for me by Mr. Rabin and his representatives. As I recall, the Director of Central Intelligence was out of town, and in my discussions which followed with the MOD representatives, they specified a replenishment problem. In addition to solving the immediate problem of getting the Hawks, the original number of which was to be 120, moved from Israel through a European country and then on to Iran, there was the problem of replenishing the tows which had been shipped in August, September. As I recall, I made a number of telephone calls to the Department of Defense, to my point of contact. I think it was at that point either Mr. Cook or General Powell, trying to ascertain the cost of a Hawk system, the cost of a tow system. There was a rather protracted period of time in which all of this was worked out. I also took, at that point in time, a decision with the approval of Admiral Poindexter and Mr. McFarland, and asked General Secord to fly to Europe to see what he could do to straighten out the mess. My recollection is General Secord was reluctant to do that. He was already busy with another covert operation, which I'm sure you'll want to talk about, and he was up to his ears in alligators. He nonetheless went. There were a series of meetings he had with Israeli representatives in Europe, then in Israel. And at some point in the next, between the 17th and the 24th, I believe, he asked me for the name of a proprietary, or actually what he asked me for is, does Langley know of any discrete airlines that can provide the services that the Israelis were going to provide themselves? And basically it was an air support problem that had been developed. The reason I asked General Secor to go is he had contacts in the European country that they were planning to move these things through because of the other covert operation. He had a lot of experience in the aviation business and fixing aviation problems, particularly covert ones, and he was an expert on Iran. And so he went, met with the Israelis, met with a number of officials in the European country. The long and the short of it was I got the name of a proprietary from the CIA. The proprietary was passed to General Secord, and he contracted with the proprietary to pick up the Hawks. The aircraft flew to Israel, then flew in a circuitous route to Iran, and delivered the Hawks. I believe the actual delivery took place on or about the 24th or 25th of November. More?
Yeah, I'll come back to some of these issues, but I take it there was originally contemplated to ship more than 18 Hawks.
The original number as I remember, the original number I was told was 80, and then I was told later on that it was 120, and 120 sticks in my mind as being the number that was eventually determined that was intended to be shipped. And I think that we had some confirmation that that was the arrangement through sensitive intelligence.
And can you tell us the story of why only 18 were shipped?
It's a bit of a horror story. The original plan had been worked out by the Israelis. Would have put, as I recall, either 40 or 80 on a 747 cargo jet, and that would offload in a European country, then reload onto other aircraft. General Secord said, that's not going to work. It's going to be too visible to people. Let's move the stuff out of Israel directly. He worked that out with the Israelis, and only 18 could be put into the kind of aircraft that was provided, because apparently the configuration of the door, I defer to experts on loading airplanes for exactly what the problem was, but it was, I think, a loading problem more than anything else that only allowed 18 to be loaded at once.
Well, that explains why only 18 went at one time, but why weren't the rest of them shipped later?
To coin a phrase, I think the Iranians went ballistic when they saw what they got. And the reason they did so is they had apparently been told by the Israelis that they were getting a system that would shoot down Soviet and Iraqi high-altitude aircraft. And the Hawk system is not a high-altitude weapon system. It is a low-altitude defensive weapon system. And apparently they felt that they had been misled. Now, having not been a party to whatever the Iranians were told, either by Mr. Ghorbanifar or Mr. Nimrati or Mr. Schwimmer, General Secord was obviously concerned that someone had misled the Iranians at the far end, and they were very upset. I mean, we could see that in sensitive intelligence. They apparently disassembled one of the 18 Hawks, noticed that it did not meet what they had. In fact, it was the same as what they already had in their inventory from the United States, and were very, very concerned. We became concerned at that point, or at least I did, that because of the commitments that had been made for something other than what was delivered, that we were indeed, instead of rescuing hostages, creating a situation in which they were being placed at increasing risk because of potential reprisals or something like that. And at that point in time, a proposal was developed by which we would take these activities and exert more control over them. and management over them, in that you just couldn't have people making commitments for American lives in faraway places and creating a situation where those who were supposedly helping to influence their release would think we were being just cheating on them, is the word that was used frequently in the sensitive intelligence.
I'd like to go back over some of the issues arising out of this Hawk transaction. The first one I'd like to address, Colonel North, is the issue of money. And I think the best place to begin is with an item out of your notebook, spiral notebook, and I believe you'll find it in exhibit book number 3. There are some documents collectively marked Exhibit 69A. And I would like you to turn, they're in date order, and I'd like you to turn to one which bears the date of 18 November. And there are a number of those. You have to look for one which at the top of the page says Israeli account Credit Suisse. Do you have that in front of you?
I do.
I'd like you to take a look at the middle of the page. It says Secord to call a city in a foreign country.
Yes.
Then underneath that it says Ben Youssef, start buy orders at $14 million or less.
Right.
While we're on that, that's the, Ben Youssef is the person at the Israeli purchasing office, I take it.
He is.
And the suggestion to buy at $14 million or less has to do with the reporting requirements under the Arms Export Control Act.
That's correct.
The idea being if it's under $14 million, you don't have to report to Congress.
Someone had told me that. That's right.
And then under that it says Schwimmer move $1 million to Lake.
Right.
Now, Lake is Lake Resources. Is that correct?
Yes.
And what was Schwimmer to move $1 million to Lake for?
It is my recollection that the intention was to use that for the purpose of carrying out this whole activity.
Well, what activity?
The movement of the Hawks to Iran.
From where?
Israel. And there may have been, at that point in time, I may have made enough phone calls to figure out that we were going to try and move stuff from the United States to replenish. I think the replenishment problem had been identified for me at that point, that I clearly understood I clearly understood that the Israelis perceived that we had made a commitment to replenish their supplies. It was made very clear to me that the numbers of weapons were an issue for them and that they needed replenishment in very short order. I did not know at that point in time exactly what commitment had been made. Mr. McFarland was still out of the country. I was being told by the Israelis that they had national security implications as a consequence of this, and that they expected a prompt and full replenishment.
Now, right underneath Schwimmer move $1 million to Lake are the words Schwimmer to pick up Hawks in U.S. What is that a reference to?
I guess, and I don't remember the point in time or who I was talking to, my guess is that that's where he's buying the replacements.
I need to ask this again. Why is $1 million being put into the Lake Resources account?
As I recall, the intention of that $1 million was to to cover the cost of this whole transaction in terms of renting airplanes and warehouse space and the appropriate charges for various people on the ground, those kinds of things. That was my understanding of it.
Whose idea was it that $1 million for that purpose would be put into the Lake Resources account?
I don't recall. It was probably arrived at mutually among General Secord, the Israelis, and I.
Now,
I'm not sure who actually originated the figure, or I'm sure that the Lake Resources account was one that was known to me, and since he was going to be the one that was the charter agent, my sense is it was kind of mutually arrived at. We were very concerned that they had demonstrated a certain ineptness in trying to pull this whole thing off.
General Secord has testified in front of this committee that he left for the foreign country, European country, on the 19th, that either that day or the 18th was the first time he was contacted, and that it was his job at that point in time to do nothing other than facilitate the obtaining of landing rights for Israeli aircraft in the foreign European country, and that it wasn't until sometime after he arrived in the foreign country that he had any responsibilities at all having to do with transporting arms. Is your recollection different from his?
Not necessarily. I'm just saying that I thought maybe I had contacted General Secord as early as the 17th after I'd been contacted by Mr. McFarland and the Israelis. And my sense is that that's how this whole thing evolved, that there was a consideration to have us take over the management of this thing, that it was royally fouled up, and to fix it. And that right there would be the funds necessary to make this transaction work.
Are you referring now, when you say this transaction, to the movement of Israeli hawks from Israel to Iran, or are you referring to the flying of hawks from this country to Israel?
I don't recall whether we'd actually gotten to the point where we were thinking of the second phase or not, but it was at least the first, and if not both.
Well, are you saying that as of the 18th, Mr. Secord was the one who was going to take care of transporting and paying for the cost of transporting Israeli arms?
No, I think what we're talking about is trying to arrange a better way of doing it and having him be the person to do that. And if my notes are accurate, and I made that notation of the 18th on the 18th, the ideas at least occurred to me as early as the 18th. And so whether I actually communicated that to them, my recollection is that this all came out of a mutual understanding among the Israelis and General Secord and myself, and probably Admiral Poindexter and Mr. McFarland. Although Mr. McFarland may well not have been aware of it specifically at this point because he was still overseas.
How did you arrive at the figure of $1 million?
I have no recollection of it at all, although we did see in the sensitive intelligence large quantities of money which were being moved to take this process forward. I confess not to be able to remember how the $1 million figure came up.
Was the $1 million to cover both the transporting of arms from the U.S. to Israel and from Israel to Iran, or just one?
Well, as I said just a moment ago, it was at least the latter, and may well have by this point in time included both. I simply don't recall.
Now, our records reflect that $1 million was actually deposited into Lake Resources on the 20th of November, which is also earlier than Mr. Secord testified, was the first time when he had any obligations, whatever, with respect to transporting merchandise. And I need to ask you this question. It's an important question. Was there any understanding or discussion that $1 million would be deposited into the Lake Resources account for the benefit of the Contras?
Not at that point, no. I do not recall a specific discussion of that until much later.
And when was the conversation that you do recall?
My sense is it was sometime in January or maybe even February when the Israelis were asking what about the rest of the money that was originally put up for the November Hawk movement. Since we didn't do all that was going to be done, where is the rest of the money? And I told them we'd use it for the purpose of the Contras. And they acknowledged that.
When you say acknowledged, you mean they acquiesced?
No one ever came back and asked for it again.
What was your authority for using that money for the Contras?
Well, I don't know that I actually had any in specific. By the end of January and early February, we had come to a conclusion that we were going to proceed to use funds generated by the sale of arms to Iran to support this initiative. And we came to that through a rather circuitous route. And if you'd like, I can lay that out for you. And it is important to the whole decision process on the use of residuals or profits.
We will want to hear your testimony on that, I can assure you, but for the moment I'd like to stay with this $1 million. I take it the $1 million was used for the Contras prior to mid-January of 1986.
I don't know that. I don't know that it was actually done before, that anything was actually bought for the resistance prior to any specific date. I don't know.
But I take it that you do recall having a conversation with the Israelis sometime in January and telling them that the money had been used for the Contras.
Or was being used, words to that effect, yes.
And I take it what you're saying now is that you had, with respect to that, the use of that $1 million for the Contras, you had not sought or received any approval from people higher in the U.S. government.
I don't know that I did. I'm not saying I didn't. I think I may have apprised Admiral Poindexter at some point that I'd done that, but I did not. I do not have a specific recall of that at this point, no.
But you are telling the committee that you did not discuss with Mr. McFarlane or anyone else in the government at the time the money was put into the Lake Resources account that it was a contribution for the Contras?
No, in fact, I specifically do not believe that the original intention of that money was. And if you're saying that you've got an indication that on the 20th, the $1 million mentioned here is indeed deposited, I'm not going to debate that. I don't know when the money was actually put in, or even if it was $1 million. But I do know that we'd had a discussion with them about making that kind of a deposit. My recollection is it was to be used to fund this transaction. In other words, it was a covert operation being funded through this mechanism.
There is also an entry in your diaries on November the 24th.
Proceeding, I should advise the panel that these documents have not been made available to the panel. They're still not declassified, so I hope you'll be very careful with that.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, there is a name on that particular page that I believe we have an understanding will not be used. And I would ask, please, sir, that before any of these documents are distributed outside the committee, that name be stricken from those documents. I gave the name to you.
At this moment, there are only two documents available, one in your hands and one in the hands of the council. After this questioning, these two will be collected and declassified and made public. And I can assure you that the name will not appear in public.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
There is a reference on a page of these notebooks bearing the date of the 24th of November. You may turn to it if you wish, but I will tell you that it says Dick Kopp spent $750K in the European country that you've been testifying about. It's dated November 24. It's at the top of the page.
I see the entry, and it's certainly my handwriting.
How did you get that information?
Is the previous page that we're looking at part of the same, are they in sequence?
I believe so.
I guess I got that from someone who called me, and maybe it's him. Was he in Portugal at that particular point in time, I guess is the question. And I don't recall.
What did he spend $750,000 on?
I do not know. I mean, I cannot explain exactly what the entry means, other than the fact that he's got an entry that shows at 16:54, which is almost 5 o'clock in the afternoon on the 24th. I've got an entry that says that. My sense is he was in the process of doing something with the money in support of this initiative, but I can't confirm that.
The committee's records reflect no expenditures from the Lake Resources account other than one much smaller one for transportation costs. And my question to you is, where did Mr. Secord get $750,000 to spend in the European country?
Well, he had a great deal of money at various points in time in the Lake Resources account. And I'm not even sure that this $750,000 mentioned here is part of the same transaction. I mean, at the same point in time, we're talking about moving hawks and assisting in what was originally an Israeli initiative with Iran. He has also been deeply engaged for a protracted period of time in the covert support of the Nicaraguan resistance. And so I don't find it inconsistent to have an entry there on that issue. He was, after all, in a country where we had moved significant supplies through that country in support of the Nicaraguan resistance. I simply, counsel, don't know exactly what that entry means at that point. What I am saying to you is that over a protracted period of time, he had indeed been spending large sums of money in that country for the purpose of supporting the Nicaraguan resistance. And that at some point in this period of time, I told him he ought to go ahead and use some of that money to support the Nicaraguan resistance. I don't know that that is specifically the point in time or that that is specifically that money.
Are you aware of any other source of money that General Secord had available to him to spend in the European country?
Absolutely. I mean, he had...
I mean, other than Lake Resources money.
I am not aware of any... Well, there were a number of accounts set up as a part of this covert operation. And so there was money in accounts other than Lake Resources, I believe. The one principal account to receive monies in support of the covert operations was the Lake Resources account, at least as far as I knew. And so there may well have been other accounts called other things. I hope we get to that sometime. But there may well have been other accounts that were set up for the purposes of buying munitions, clothing, and the like for the Nicaraguan resistance. So, yes, I am aware that there were other accounts. I do not know all of them. In fact, I didn't know many of them until these hearings started.
When you say there were other accounts, are you referring to accounts other than those under the control of Mr. Hakim?
Well, at this point in time, I've not even heard of Mr. Hakim, I don't believe. But certainly, I believe the General Secord had a number of accounts set up in Europe by which the Nicaraguan resistance was being supported, yes, certainly by November of 1985. And that those accounts were going, and I knew that those accounts were in one fashion or another supporting this covert operation.
I'd like you to turn to an exhibit marked Exhibit 48. Do you have that in front of you?
I do. Yes.
I take it that's a prof message from you to Admiral Poindexter, dated the 4th of December, 1985.
That's correct.
On the third page, and it discusses both the 18 Hawks that had been shipped and a proposal to ship other types of weapons to Iran for hostages in the near future. And on the third page, at the first indented paragraph, it states, in response to COP's demand for funds to be deposited in advance to defray operational costs, and what the Iranians were told were purchases on the arms market, a total of $41 million has been deposited. What does that refer to?
I don't know. I would guess that may refer to money deposited in the Israeli account. But I don't know. At this point in time, I can't recall what that means.
Down toward the bottom of the page, at the end of the last full paragraph on the page, are the words, "All dollars are now under our control." What did you mean by that?
I don't know. Maybe if I read the whole thing, I can make sense of it. I haven't seen this in at least a couple of years, and I think it might help. Mr. Niels, without, being able to sit down and review all that was happening at that point in time, I can't tell for sure. All I can think of is that all the dollars were now under the control of perhaps the U.S. and Israel. I'm not sure. But without sitting down and going through all of which transpired in that particular period of time and maybe what happened just before it, I cannot tell you more specifically than that.
Do you recall that there was a time when some $41 million was in fact paid into Israeli accounts?
I know there were periods of time in which a lot of money based on what they told me and others told me and what we read in sensitive intelligence. And I must admit to you that there was a number of times when we had considerable questions, the analysts and I, looking at what these things meant in terms of how much money various people were making on the arrangement. I do not recall this specific one. I suggested early on when we first had a dialogue on this that it would be helpful to get the original sensitive intelligence, and as yet we still don't have that. What exactly I am referring to there under all dollars are now under our control, I just cannot recall. Well, I don't believe it necessarily means that all $41 million that we had seen perhaps in sensitive intelligence was in a U.S. account. I don't believe that that ever hit a U.S. covert account of any kind.
Okay, I'd like to switch to the topic of what precisely it was that was being moved from Israel to Iran. I take it was Hawk missiles.
Yes.
And what was the original quantity? Was there a time when the proposal was to ship 600 Hawk missiles to Iran?
I don't know what the original arrangement was. I mean, and I want to go, I'm not relying on sensitive intelligence because I can't remember it, but we saw a number of proposals being made in the time frame late September, early October, all the way through October and into November. A number of proposals having been advanced by the Israelis with the Iranian. And there were, I think the final number that I remember that we had some control over was 120, and that may even be high. It might have been as low as 80. But I don't recall us agreeing to something as high as that. But again, I may have my memory refreshed.
Let's take the 120. Were these Hawks that were already in Israeli stocks?
It was my understanding, again, having been thrown into this on the night of November 17th, it was my understanding that everything at that point in time was coming from Israeli stocks.
Was it your understanding that any of those stocks had very recently been supplied by the United States?
I don't recall that that was ever discussed.
Were you aware of any relatively contemporaneous shipments of Hawk missiles from the United States to Israel?
I don't think so. I mean, you may refresh my memory again, but I do not know at this point in time that I knew that. No.
I think you've testified that there were operational problems with this shipment. And I take it one of the operational problems was that there was difficulty in obtaining landing rights in the European country.
Yes.
And that was one of the reasons that Mr. Secord was sent to the European country.
That's correct.
And I take it that the problem of obtaining those landing rights turned into a diplomatic problem, among others.
It did.
And two things were done by you in order to help solve that. One of them was to contact Mr. McFarland.
That's right.
And you asked him to make a call to the foreign minister of the European country.
I don't know that it was necessarily the foreign minister. It might have been another official, but I did ask him to be in touch with an official of that foreign country, yes.
And the other thing that you did was to involve officials at the CIA.
I think we did use communications support from the CIA, that's correct.
Well, you in fact, you contacted Mr. Claridge, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
And in fact, you went out to the CIA and spent virtually all the day Saturday there.
What was that date?
I believe it's the 23rd. You might want to check Exhibit 46.
That is correct.
You spent most of the day on the 23rd at the CIA,
Yes.
and that was with Mr. Claridge.
I'm sure that it was with Mr. Claridge, perhaps others, but he certainly did clear me in because his signature's right there.
And indeed, you returned to the CIA the following day.
On Sunday? Take your word for it. I did.
And you're now looking at the second page of Exhibit 46, which I take it is another sign-in sheet at the CIA for Sunday.
That's correct.
And Mr. Claridge and you were in touch with the embassy, the U.S. Embassy in the European country.
I don't recall specifically talking to the embassy, no. I know that there were discussions that were held, and I know that there was message traffic exchanged. That's correct.
Cable traffic.
Yes.
And the purpose of the cable traffic was to try to obtain from the officials in the European country the rights to land a plane carrying the missiles.
That is correct.
And they were then going to be taken off that plane and loaded onto other planes to be transported on to Iran.
Yes.
And at some point through Mr. McFarland, you heard that the foreign country was going to permit the plane to land.
As I recall, that was at one point approved.
But there was a problem because there was a condition. Isn't that true? Isn't it true that the foreign country...
There was a condition. I don't remember what it was right now.
Isn't it true that the foreign country wanted us to acknowledge in writing
Yes.
what it was that was landing?
That's right.
The actual materiel,
Yes.
the Hawks.
Right.
And we weren't willing to do that.
Not at all.
Now, did you discuss that with Mr. Claridge?
I do not recall exactly what I discussed with Mr. Claridge. I know that there was a point in time where he certainly did become aware, and it may be through sensitive intelligence because the intelligence showed what was being moved. And I did at some point along there confirm to him that it was not oil drilling equipment, but that it was Hawks. As was very obvious to almost everybody out there at that point because they were reading the same sensitive intelligence that I was. Well, when I say that point, I don't know exactly what point it is, but I did at some point confirm to him that that's what was taking place, and it may have been after the fact. I'm not saying that it was before the fact. And at that point, Mr. McMahon was very upset with me.
Now, at what point was Mr. McMahon very upset with you?
As I recall, it was after the pilots returned from their mission, or in which he saw a part of the sensitive intelligence. And I don't recall the specific timing, but it was at that point that we began to work on the finding with Mr. Sporkin, I think.
Well, the record reflects that the finding was transmitted by Director Casey in a cover memo dated the 26th of November. That's Tuesday.
Okay. So it would be in that time frame, I would guess.
You're talking that day or earlier?
Well, yeah, as a matter of fact, maybe one of the things, and I don't recall it specifically, but one of the things I may have done on that Sunday would have been to work on the finding. although I would guess the finding didn't actually begin till later on.
Committee's other information would indicate that the finding began on the Monday.
Okay?
But I'd like to take you back to the Friday, Saturday period of time when efforts were being made to obtain the landing rights in the European country, and you ran into a snag because we were unwilling to identify the material in writing. I guess first I'd like to ask you, was it your understanding that the material had not been identified orally?
To whom?
To the foreign government officials.
I'm not sure that I ever had a particularly clear understanding as to what the foreign officials ever did know about that. And I guess at some point General Secord may have told me what he told them. He knew because I had briefed him before he left. But I don't know what he or the U.S. government people on scene actually told the foreign officials.
Well, you can't land 120 or let's say 80 Hawk missiles in a jumbo jet, unload it, store it, and then put it back on 3 small planes at an airport without people there knowing that you're transporting something other than oil drilling equipment, can you?
Well, it depends on what they're packed in, but I mean, what you've just hit on is one of the reasons why we were so concerned with this whole operation to begin with.
Well, what I'm
asking
asking
there were major problems operationally in this thing right from the start. And what bothered me most of all, and I think I communicated that fairly clearly to my superiors, is here, fix it. And the thing is already on fire when they throw the bag to you, and you know what's in the bag. It's a serious problem.
Well, my question to you is, when you suggested to Mr. McFarland that he obtain approval from the foreign government official, are you telling us that it was your understanding that Mr. McFarland wasn't going to mention what he was asking approval for?
I was going to leave that up to Mr. McFarland's judgment. He knew what was on that airplane. I knew what was in the airplane. I'm asking him to talk to the foreign official to get permission for him to get the airplane on the ground. I mean, I don't think I made a recommendation one way or the other when I communicated with him.
In any event, Mr. Claridge during this period of time is sending cables back and forth to the embassy in the foreign country on this same issue. And my
I take it that he was. I'm not sure that I ever saw any of those cables, but I may have.
Well, I don't want to go over them one by one, but there are a number of them which have been marked exhibits, and they are 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, 66, 67, 68, and 69. You needn't read them because my question is going to be the same. My question is going to be, was Mr. Claridge aware at the time when he was responsible for sending cables back and forth on this issue that the thing had run aground because we were unwilling to identify the cargo in writing?
And I cannot answer that question because I don't know.
Do you say you don't know or you don't recall?
Well, the way you asked your question is, was Mr. Claridge aware? And I don't recall when Mr. Claridge became aware. I do recall confirming to him at some point that it was not oil drilling equipment, that it was Hawks. And it was my understanding that at that point he talked to either the director of operations or to the deputy director, who became angry. And I think there may be a contemporaneous note in my my notebooks to that effect.
In other words, you're saying that you told Mr. Claridge what the real cargo was prior to the time the deputy director got angry and insisted on a finding.
I'm not saying that for sure. I'm saying that's the way it may well have happened. I do recall, although I do not recall the time and date, confirming to Mr. Claridge, when asked, the cargo is not oil drilling equipment, the cargo is Hawks. Okay, now I cannot tell you, Mr. Niels, here at this point, a good while after the fact, when that point was.
But I take it you're saying it was very close in time to when the shipment actually was sent, and your best recollection is that it was prior to the time that the deputy director hit the roof, so to speak.
Yes, I mean, my recollection is that's why he hit the roof.
Now, I'm going to return to the question of what officials knew about this shipment in a moment. But before I do, I want to return to the question of why only 18 Hawks were sent and there were no further shipments. Was it part of the agreement as you understood it that all of the hostages would be released before the plane carrying missiles arrived in Tehran?
I don't recall exactly what the arrangement was. I've having been through a number of these iterations with the Iranians themselves, with their intermediary, with the Israeli agent Ghorbanifar, with all of those actors, I would find it to be inconsistent with what happened for the following year in these transactions to believe that the Iranians had agreed to something like that. But having not been a party to that original agreement, it is much more likely that there was a phased, step-by-step arrangement made, because that's the way it worked in every proposal and in every transaction that ever occurred after that.
Exhibit 43 is a prof message that you sent on the 20th of November to Mr. Poindexter. And on the second page, you describe this transaction. And in the middle of the first full paragraph, you say, no aircraft will land in Tabriz until the AMSITs have been delivered to the embassy.
Where was that again?
It's in the middle of the first full paragraph. Take your time if you want. My question's going to be, having read that, does that refresh your recollection in any way that that was the understanding at the time?
Well, that is clearly what someone had told me, and I don't know whether that was the Israelis or whether that was what I was reading out of sensitive intelligence, or whether that was relayed back to me by General Secord. And it could have been all of the above. That was not something that I had negotiated. It was simply something I was reporting back up the line.
Did that provide a reason not to continue with any further shipments of Hawks? I take it no hostages came out after before the plane landed.
No, there was no one released in November.
Did that provide a reason to stop shipments?
Well, it may have, but what I was told, okay, in the midst of this thing, was the reason we're stopping is because the Iranians are so upset with the product that they have received. And the product that they had received, I was told, and there was apparently some confirmation of that in the sensitive intelligence, is that they'd been told they were going to get Super Hawks or something. And what they got is plain old Hawks. And that they were upset.
I understand that, and we appreciate your testimony. I'm going to continue asking questions to see whether it jogs any other recollections. And I take it that the fact that the hostages didn't come out is not, to the best of your recollection, the reason why the shipment stopped.
No, but again, I don't think I was fully aware of the arrangement that had been made at that time.
Okay, now again referring to the November 20th prof message, one paragraph further down, you discuss the subject of replenishment. And at the end of the paragraph, you say, I have further told them, that's the Israelis, that we will make no effort to move on their purchase LOA request, and that's their purchase order, I take it, for
Yes.
replenishment Hawks, until we have all 5 AMSITs safely delivered.
Yes.
Now, The AMSITs were not delivered, therefore you had no obligation under this particular promise to replenish. And I'm asking, did the Israelis stop making shipments because they realized that they had no guarantee of replenishment?
I don't know. Again, I'm looking at this for the first time in a long time, but and my memory is jogged this a little bit. One of the problems that we came up with at somewhere in this time frame was the fact that you couldn't do it that way. And I got a very quick education in what an LOA was and how it worked, and the AECA and the need for findings and all the rest of that over the course of that period of time between the 17th and the 26th. And it was a rather intense education.
That was going to be my next question. Did we call a halt to this thing because people in the Department of Defense told you or others at the NSC that the transactions were illegal?
No, I think what I was getting a sense for, Counsel, was the fact that, look, we don't know what arrangements were made, what promises were made, but you can't do it this way. And I can remember a conversation with someone over there, and it may have been Mr. Cook or it may have been General Powell, saying, look, Ollie, you can't go and you can't have them just go ahead and submit a new bill. I remember at one point the Israelis were talking about making a cash transaction. Well, I didn't know it, but at DOD quickly informed me that's not how it's done. And thus, we came back to the CIA route and ultimately the finding and having the stuff purchased by the CIA from the DOD under the Economy Act. I mean, that's the routing of it, and it's not a sinister thing. It was simply ignorance on my part that assumed you could do it with an LOA.
Well, we've had testimony from DOD officials before this committee that not only was the replenishment a problem, but the transfer by the Israelis to the Iranians was itself a violation of the Arms Export Control Act, and our consent to it was similarly a violation. Now, was that brought to your attention at the time?
No, but what was, in fact, I don't think anybody, you probably find something different, but I don't remember anybody saying, Ollie, what was done is wrong. But I do remember at some point in here saying, look, you had a presidential decision back in July that authorized this thing. The way you, North, are trying to go about this by making it a covert buy under a normal foreign assistance sale isn't right. The way to do it is to make a purchase under the Economy Act from the CIA, or the CIA buys it from the Pentagon, and that's the way to do it. That's what I'm saying. It wasn't a matter of someone trying to evade or avoid. It was a matter of getting this kid smart because I'd been given the job of replenishing. And so that's the way we went about doing it.
Okay, just to make sure my question is clear, and there are two of them.
Yeah.
One is, to your recollection, was this transaction halted in midstream because the Israelis got cold feet because they didn't think they were going to get replenishments?
No, my recollection at this point in time is it was stopped solely because the product delivered was not what the buyer wanted. That's my recollection. And that was the big problem.
Okay,
and then it became a problem to get them back out of there.
You've also testified that the deputy director at CIA hit the roof and insisted,
your words,
and insisted you use some expression like that, and that the CIA decided that a finding was required.
That's correct.
Did the delay in getting the finding signed provide a reason to halt shipments?
No, because I was led to believe, and I can't recall exactly how, but at that point in time that the President had made a finding, or made a decision back in July that authorized this to proceed. I was then in a meeting with Admiral Poindexter, or on the telephone with Admiral Poindexter, to confirm that this shipment should go forward. And I have a contemporaneous note that the President redecided at that point to let this go forward. And so the problem that you see here is one of North having been given, in addition to get this stuff over there, then finding out it wasn't the buyer's product that he wanted, now has a replenishment problem for the original 508 that he didn't know he started with, and the whole thing is now stopped dead, cold. And that's basically where we were by the early part of January, with the 18 Hawks sitting over there, 508 Hawks owed to the Israelis, the whole project dead in the water, and people concerned.
Did you become aware of some kind of...
Correct the record, sir. It was 508 tows, not Hawks.
Did you become aware at some point during this time that there was some kind of an investigation or a scandal or a problem in Israel that had to do with halting further shipments?
Not that I recall now. And not that I recall that I knew then. That there was some discussion many, many weeks later as to perhaps that had, and when I say weeks later, maybe months later, that did have something to do with it. But I did not even know about it at the time.
When you say that the buyer was unhappy with the merchandise, did this have to do with the fact that the missiles were Hawks, or was it the kind of Hawk?
Well, and again, I'm not a Hawk expert, but General Secord explained it to me, and I think he actually explained it to Mr. McFarland and Admiral Poindexter at one point. But apparently what the Israelis had told Ghorbanifar, and Ghorbanifar had told the Iranians, and I don't know who's to blame, and I'm not trying to assess that, but from what we saw in the sensitive intelligence and what we were told by subsequent interviews with the Iranians themselves, who I sat down and talked with, is they were promised something that would shoot down airplanes at 60, 70,000 feet, in excess of that, specifically Soviet reconnaissance flights and Iraqi bombers at high altitude. I mean, those were, I was told that's what they were looking for as a weapon system to deal with that. Clearly, the Hawk system, in any version, was inadequate to that task. And they expected to get some product that was different than the one they received. And I am told that that is why they were unhappy and why the program stopped at that point.
Who in the NSC, besides yourself, if anyone, was dealing with officials at the Department of Defense on the replenishment issue?
The only other person I know for sure was dealing with the DOD on that is Admiral Poindexter, and I guess Mr. McFarland. But I know that I had to go to Admiral Poindexter a couple of times and say, hey, look, I'm having a problem here with A, B, or C, and can you help? And he would either call or write or whatever it was done, and then I'd get a call back and we'd get on with it.
Was that the case with respect to this Hawk replenishment issue?
Yeah, again, I'm having a hard time recalling exactly what was transpiring at the time. I know I was inquiring at the DOD probably about both the cost and the method for replenishing the Hawks, which had been shipped in September, a problem I hadn't even known about until November, and replenishing and replacing Hawks, which looked to me to be a very big problem, both in terms of dollars and in size and weight, visibility. The whole thing was just a nightmare.
And who had authorized you to go to the Department of Defense and seek replenishment of the Hawks?
Admiral Poindexter or Mr. McFarland. I did not go to the Pentagon, nor would they have answered me when I called if I didn't have authority. I'm sorry. Were you talking about replenishment of Hawks or tows or both?
Hawks.
Well, I would guess it was the same authority for both.
Admiral Poindexter or Mr. McFarland?
Yes.
Do you know whether either of them communicated directly with the Department of Defense officials on the issue of replenishment of Hawks?
I do not, and I do not know that they ever communicated for sure that they communicated directly on the issue of tows. But I would like to point out that if a Marine Lieutenant Colonel called the Pentagon this afternoon and asked for 500 tows to be shipped overseas, and he didn't have a little more backing than oak leaves on his collar, they'd come and collar him and take him away. So I mean, I had authority to do that, Counsel. I want you to understand that. I don't know exactly who called who, but I was talking to General Colin Powell, who was the aide to Secretary Weinberger. At various points, I talked to Mr. Cook. I eventually ended up talking to Mr. Armitage. And then when we finally got around to doing it the right way, through the Economy Act, in fact, the only way it was ever done, I was talking with CIA logisticians and logisticians out at the Pentagon.
So what you're saying is that somebody, either Admiral Poindexter or Mr. McFarland, gave you the authority to go to DOD and seek replenishment.
Yes.
Do you recall reporting to one or both of them concerning your contacts with DOD on the subject of Hawks?
I recall reporting to both of them voluminously about this whole problem.
All right, you're getting
You've
into
probably got the records and I don't, so.
You're getting into the next area I want to take up, which is who in the government was aware of the Hawk transaction at the time it occurred. And I take it you were aware.
I was aware.
Admiral Poindexter was aware.
Yes, he was.
Mr. McFarland was aware.
That's correct.
You've already given some testimony about Dewey Claridge. I'd like to ask you a few more questions about that. And I'd like you to turn to a page from your spiral notebooks, which again are Exhibit 69A, and this one is dated the 25th of November.
Dated again, sir?
It's the 25th of November, but I'm actually going to ask you to take a look at the last entry on the 24th of November 1st.
We seem to go from 28 October to 1 December.
I think there are a number of the pages that have the wrong month on them, and I suspect that that's what you're dealing with. I think 28th October is actually 28th November, so move backwards.
What's the writing on it?
On the 24th, it's the last page that has the 24th as the date on it, and at the top it's Dick Kopp. Do you have that in front of you?
I have a 24 November 1654 Dick Kopp.
Okay, down in the middle of the page, there's an entry, 1852. You see that?
I do.
I take it that's 6:52 p.m.
Right?
And in your handwriting, it says called to from Claridge
Yes?
dash. I take it this is a conversation with Claridge.
Apparently so, yes. And it must have been on the telephone.
And it says then, no manifesto provided,
I think that's probably manifests.
excuse me, manifests. George says that they have hope of talking way out. First of all, do you know what that refers to?
If I could remember who George was, that would help. And I'm not trying to be flippant about that. I don't remember. There's a telephone number written below it for George. That's apparently a U.S. number.
Well, I think
my sense is that that's talking about.
I think we won't mention his last name, but I think he's a CIA official, and I'm going to ask you whether the conversation doesn't have to do with the plane.
Well, I would certainly sense that it has to do with the aircraft, and I would guess that the no manifests provided is a call from a person. In fact, if the George is in the air branch, that would indicate to me that he had called and said, you know, this thing is still very screwed up, there's no manifests, now what are you going to do? And
so this is information that's coming from Mr. Claridge to you.
well, either that or I called, it says, if you note my note up above, 1852, called to and then from Dewey Claridge. There may have been a series of phone calls back and forth, and I don't know which is which.
Well, regardless of who's calling whom, the information is flowing from the CIA to you.
Apparently so, yes.
And they're saying that they have hope of talking their way out. I take it these are the people who are flying the plane carrying the Hawks,
My guess is that's correct, yes.
and they've got to talk their way out.
Talk their way out of wherever they're stuck, if that's what's happened.
They're stuck at a landing point between Israel and Iran, I take it.
I don't recall the event, but I'm undoubtedly everything else having gone wrong with this, that went wrong too, yes.
Well, my question is, when you have this conversation with Mr. Claridge about no manifests and the people flying the plane are going to have to talk their way out of it, did Mr. Claridge know at that time what they were talking their way out of?
They're talking, as my guess is, what that refers to is that they're going to talk their way out of the airfield. They're going to, you know, we don't have a manifest, I'm sorry, we're carrying whatever it was they were saying at the time, and we'll be leaving now, kind of talk their way out of it.
My question is, at that point in time, was Mr. Claridge yet aware of the nature of the cargo?
By the 24th, I do not know.
All right. Turn the page, if you would. It says 25 November at the top. 7:20 a.m. Call from Dewey. Do you have that in front of you?
I do.
This is a call from Claridge, I take it.
Right.
And you're taking notes of what he's saying to you.
Yes.
And are there, just answer this question, yes or no, please. Are there words circled?
There are.
Okay, don't mention the words that are circled.
Understood.
It says aircraft, does
Right.
it not?
Blank have told us to use blank blank.
And then it says cargo must be listed as machine parts, spares for oil industry.
Right.
Now that's Mr. Claridge telling you.
Again, I told you that I had originally dissembled with the agency. In my initial contacts with the Israelis, we agreed that we would call these machine parts for the oil fields or whatever. But we specifically talked about, when in my discussions with the Israelis way back on the 17th or 18th, that was the agreement we had come to. So I had told people at the CIA that.
Well, I understand
You're asking me if I have by now told Mr. Claridge the truth about what's on that cargo, and I cannot tell you, counsel, when it was that I apprised him of it.
Or that he found out from some other source. My question is, why would, if Mr. Claridge is telling you that the cargo must be listed as machine parts, spares for oil industry, does that indicate that he was then aware of what the real cargo was?
not necessarily to me, because what that may indicate is that he has made arrangements with the people in the circles through his station chiefs for a clearance with a manifest that reads a certain way. And what he's telling me is to go back through COP, General Secord, and make darn sure that the proprietary is instructed accordingly. I'm not sure what point. I'm trying to answer your questions in a very straightforward manner. I don't know what question we're trying to answer here.
You've answered it. I think you've said that you do not know from looking at this note one way or the other whether Mr. Claridge was yet aware.
That's correct. But I do want you to know that there came a point in time when I confirmed to him with integrity and honesty, yes, that's what's aboard there.
Take a recess.
I have about 5 more minutes on this topic, Mr. Chairman, and
Please
I will
proceed.
abide by the committee's wishes.
Please proceed.
Again, on the subject of who was aware of this shipment at the time it occurred, was the President aware of the shipment at the time it occurred?
I do not know. I was told that the President had approved it. I have a contemporaneous note to that effect.
In one of your notebooks?
Yes, sir.
And was Mr. Casey aware of it at the time it occurred?
I believe he was. If he was not aware of it at that instant, it was only because he was on a trip, and I don't recall whether he had returned by this point or not, but shortly thereafter he was fully aware because he and I met several times on the issue, and it was he who sent forward the original finding which Mr. Sporkin prepared.
So you met with him on this topic, i.e. the shipment of the 18 Hawks, shortly after the shipment occurred?
I believe it was afterwards, yes, sir.
But it might have been before.
It may have been. I'd have to check to see when Mr. Casey returned from his trip. I know that he was gone. He was not in the country, or at least not available, when this whole thing began on or about the 17th or 18th.
You mentioned earlier the Attorney General. Was the Attorney General aware at the time that Hawks were being shipped?
I was told, or at least I understood, I don't know if I was told, but I understood that he was, because it was through that effort that we ended up getting on the right track for the finding. And that was, I think we went searching for some kind of previous Attorney General's determination or legal opinion on the use of a finding for these purposes. And it was my understanding, I think then and it is now, that these circumstances were explained to him. I thought that he had seen and approved the November finding, and he had provided an explanation for why this was a legitimate way to go about doing it. All of this at approximately the 25th or 26th. And all findings are reviewed by the Attorney General. And that finding, which eventually got signed by the President, I thought had been seen by the Attorney General, and I thought it was the Attorney General who had provided the earlier French-Smith determination on the legitimacy of this process. I also believe that it was the Attorney General who had something to the effect said, look, if the President made a mental finding back in July or June or whatever it was, that can simply be ratified by this later finding. And that's why those words were put into the finding that Mr. Sporkin and I worked on. But I did not talk to the Attorney General directly about it, nor did I talk to the President directly about it.
Okay, I want to be clear about that. You did not have a conversation with the Attorney General on this subject at or about the time it occurred?
I don't recall one, no.
What is the basis for your belief that he approved the finding in November?
Well, all other findings were brought to the Attorney General for his certification, I guess, for the legitimacy of it. I personally carried the January findings to him, and I believe that this finding went through that same kind of a process, but I can't confirm it.
Do you believe that because someone told you it happened or because it's normal procedure?
I believe it's both, but I can't recall the specific conversation. What I'm building for you is a description of various things that happened along the way that we ended up with a finding to begin with. That the way I had been going about trying to fix the problem was not going to work, and that we ended up going with a finding to fix the problem. And even then, we ended up having to go back and change it.
Just so that the record is clear on this, it was your understanding that as a matter of procedure, the Attorney General signed off on all findings, and you have a general recollection of hearing that he did it in this case, but not a specific one. Is that?
I do not have a specific one in this case, no.
Do you have a general recollection of being told that the Attorney General had signed off on this finding?
Yes, I have a general recollection because it was in that time frame that I was apprised of Attorney General French Smith's earlier determination that this was the way to go about doing it.
Now, when you say this, isn't it true that Attorney General French Smith's prior opinion related to using an intelligence finding as a way of transferring?
Yes, that's what I'm talking about.
And so what your recollection is that that William French Smith opinion was discussed and known to you at or about the time of the November finding?
Yes.
Final question before we break. Do you know why the missiles were originally supposed to be flown to Tabriz and were, in fact, flown to Tehran?
No.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
The hearing will stand in recess for 10 minutes.
You want to go in the room and rest?
It says 25 November at the
Right.
top. 7:20 a.m. Call from Dewey. Do you have that in front of you?
I do.
This is a call from Claridge, I take it.
Right.
And you're taking notes of what he's saying to you.
Yes.
And are there, just answer this question, yes or no, please. Are there words circled?
There are.
Okay, don't mention the words that are circled.
Understood.
It says aircraft, does it
Right.
not?
Blank have told us to use blank blank.
And then it says cargo must be listed as machine parts, spares for oil industry.
Right.
Now that's Mr. Claridge telling you.
Again, I told you that I had originally dissembled with the agency. In my initial contacts with the Israelis, we agreed that we would call these machine parts for the oil fields or whatever. But we specifically talked about, when in my discussions with the Israelis way back on the 17th or 18th, that was the agreement we had come to. So I had told people at the CIA that.
Well, I understand
You're
you
asking
said-
me if I have by now told Mr. Claridge the truth about what's on that cargo, and I cannot tell you, counsel, when it was that I apprised him of it.
or that he found out from some other source. My question is, why would, if Mr. Claridge is telling you that the cargo must be listed as machine parts, spares for oil industry, does that indicate that he was then aware of what the real cargo was?
Not necessarily to me, because what that may indicate is that he has made arrangements with the people in the circles through his station chiefs for a clearance with a manifest that reads a certain way. And what he's telling me is to go back through COP, General Secord, and make darn sure that the proprietary is instructed accordingly. I'm not sure what point. I'm trying to answer your questions in a very straightforward manner. I don't know what question we're trying to answer here.
You've answered it. I think you've said that you do not know from looking at this note one way or the other whether Mr. Claridge was yet aware.
That's correct. But I do want you to know that there came a point in time when I confirmed to him with integrity and honesty, yes, that's what's aboard there.
Take a recess.
I have about 5 more minutes on this topic, Mr. Chairman, and
Please
I will
proceed.
abide by the committee's wishes.
Please proceed.
Again, on the subject of who was aware of this shipment at the time it occurred, was the President aware of the shipment at the time it occurred?
I do not know. I was told that the President had approved it. I have a contemporaneous note to that effect.
In one of your notebooks?
Yes, sir.
And was Mr. Casey aware of it at the time it occurred?
I believe he was. If he was not aware of it at that instant, it was only because he was on a trip, and I don't recall whether he had returned by this point or not, but shortly thereafter he was fully aware because he and I met several times on the issue, and it was he who sent forward the original finding which Mr. Sporkin prepared.
So you met with him on this topic, i.e. the shipment of the 18 Hawks, shortly after the shipment occurred?
I believe it was afterwards, yes, sir.
But it might have been before.
It may have been. I'd have to check to see when Mr. Casey returned from his trip. I know that he was gone. He was not in the country, or at least not available, when this whole thing began on or about the 17th or 18th.
You mentioned earlier the Attorney General. Was the Attorney General aware at the time that Hawks were being shipped?
I was told, or at least I understood, I don't know if I was told, but I understood that he was, because it was through that effort that we ended up getting on the right track for the finding. And that was, I think we went searching for some kind of previous Attorney General's determination or legal opinion on the use of a finding for these purposes. And it was my understanding, I think then and it is now, that these circumstances were explained to him. I thought that he had seen and approved the November finding, and he had provided an explanation for why this was a legitimate way to go about doing it. All of this at approximately the 25th or 26th. And all findings are reviewed by the Attorney General. And that finding, which eventually got signed by the President, I thought had been seen by the Attorney General, and I thought it was the Attorney General who had provided the earlier French-Smith determination on the legitimacy of this process. I also believe that it was the Attorney General who had something to the effect said, look, if the President made a mental finding back in July or June or whatever it was, that can simply be ratified by this later finding. And that's why those words were put into the finding that Mr. Sporkin and I worked on. But I did not talk to the Attorney General directly about it, nor did I talk to the President directly about it.
Okay, I want to be clear about that. You did not have a conversation with the Attorney General on this subject at or about the time it occurred?
I don't recall one, no.
What is the basis for your belief that he approved the finding in November?
Well, all other findings were brought to the Attorney General for his certification, I guess, for the legitimacy of it. I personally carried the January findings to him, and I believe that this finding went through that same kind of a process, but I can't confirm it.
Do you believe that because someone told you it happened or because it's normal procedure?
I believe it's both, but I can't recall the specific conversation. What I'm building for you is that a description of various things that happened along the way that we ended up with a finding to begin with. That the way I had been going about trying to fix the problem was not going to work, and that we ended up going with a finding to fix the problem. And even then, we ended up having to go back and change it.
Just so that the record is clear on this, it was your understanding that as a matter of procedure, the Attorney General signed off on all findings, and you have a general recollection of hearing that he did it in this case, but not a specific one. Is that?
I do not have a specific one in this case, no.
Do you have a general recollection of being told that the Attorney General had signed off on this finding?
Yes, I have a general recollection because it was in that time frame that I was apprised of Attorney General French Smith's earlier determination that this was the way to go about doing it.
Now, when you say this, isn't it true that Attorney General French Smith's prior opinion related to using an intelligence finding as a way of transferring?
Yes, that's what I'm talking about.
And so what your recollection is that that William French Smith opinion was discussed and known to you at or about the time of the November finding?
Yes.
Final question before we break. Do you know why the missiles were originally supposed to be flown to Tabriz and were, in fact, flown to Tehran?
No.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
The hearing will stand in recess for 10 minutes.
And you asked them for money for the Contras?
Well, I want to be a little bit more specific about that. I don't recall going hat in hand to anybody asking for money. I do recall sitting and talking about how grateful this country would be if the issue that they had discussed with others were indeed brought to fruition. For example, a representative of country 3 and I met, and we talked about an issue that had been raised with him beforehand by others outside the government, and I told him I thought that was a dandy idea. And I told him where he could send the money. And he did so.
Before we get into the specifics, and I am going to ask you more about Country 3 in a minute, Mr. McFarland has testified that he gave you instructions not to solicit money from foreign countries or private sources. Did he give you those instructions?
I never carried out a single act, not one, Mr. Niels, in which I did not have authority from my superiors. I haven't, in the 23 years that I have been in the uniformed services of the United States of America, ever violated an order, not one.
But that wasn't the question. The question
That
was...
is the answer to your question.
No, the question was, did Mr. McFarland give you such instructions?
No, I never heard those instructions.
And I take it that it was your understanding from what you've just said that, quite to the contrary, you were authorized to seek money from foreign countries.
I was authorized to do everything that I did.
Well, again, that isn't the question
I was
yet.
authorized to have a meeting, in this particular case in specific, by Mr. McFarland for the purpose of talking to the man about a suggestion that had been made to him by others and to encourage that process along, and I did so. I had already provided to Mr. McFarland a card with the address of an account, an offshore account which would support the Nicaraguan resistance. And thank God somebody put money into that account, and the Nicaraguan resistance didn't die, as perhaps others intended. Certainly the Sandinistas and Moscow and Cuba intended that, and they didn't die. They grew in strength and numbers and effectiveness as a consequence. And I think that is a good thing. And Mr. McFarland was the person who asked me for the card on the account and with the account, and I gave it to him. And I don't know who he gave it to, but whoever he gave it to gave a lot of money. I don't know if Mr. McFarland asked that person for the money or not. I did not go to the representative of Country 3 and ask him for money. He suggested that he put money there, and I told him where to send it. And thank God he did so too.
I take it you're saying not only did Mr. McFarland not instruct you not to seek money from foreign countries, but that he was aware of each and every one of your actions to obtain money from foreign countries and approved of it.
I believe so, yes.
And with respect specifically to Country 3, I take it that you originally had a meeting with General Singlaub in which he reported a discussion he had had with representatives of Country 3.
That is correct.
And he told them that the discussion that he had with representatives of Country 3, which he told you about, had to do with money for the Contras.
As I recall, yes.
And I believe that the discussion you had with him was sometime in November of 1984. Is that consistent with your recollection?
I have absolutely no recall when those conversations were, but I'm sure you have a contemporaneous record of mine that would reflect that.
Yes, Exhibit 71. In book number 4. Second page of the exhibit. Turn one more page.
I have the document.
Does that refresh your memory that it was sometime in November of 1984 that General Singlaub reported to you on his discussion with Country 3 on the subject of funding the Contras?
I'm looking at the memo dated December 4th, 1984.
Yes?
This refers to the acquisition of surface-to-air missiles from another country.
Well, that's why I asked you to turn to the next page.
Okay. I see the entry.
Okay, November of 1984.
I'm missing the date, Counsel.
Well, at the very first part of the memo, it says, in accordance with prior understanding, I met on Wednesday, November 28th. And that is an unrelated transaction.
That happens to be the transaction that relates to the surface-to-air missiles.
Yes, and then if you turn to the next page, it says, later that afternoon, Major General Jack Singlaub visited to advise of 2 meetings held earlier in the day.
Got it.
So my question is, did you have a discussion with General Singlaub in November of 1984 on the subject of his discussing money for the Contras with Country 3?
Later that afternoon, yes.
Yes. And then sometime a couple of months later, did you not ask General Singlaub to go back to Country 3 and seek $2 million for the Contras?
I recall it a little differently. I think he said he was going to go back, and he suggested that he do that. But I'm not debating the actual sequence of who did what.
Why don't you turn to Exhibit 72? Second page.
Second page on mine is blank. Unless you're talking about this page.
It's not.
This is a cable to a
Try the
president.
third page, which is numbered 2, I believe.
Got it?
You see at the top it says the FDN is in urgent need of near-term financing, approximately $2 million
Right?
for the purchase of rifles, ammunition, and boots for new volunteers.
Yes?
And then down lower it says, Singlab will be here to see me tomorrow. With your permission, I will ask him to approach. And then blanked out as Country 3, Embassy urging that they proceed with their offer.
Yes, I would also like to point out that it says proceed with their offer. It does not say proceed with what I asked for.
But you asked General Singlab, did you not, to go back and ask them to proceed with their offer?
Yes, but again, I think what's important, Counsel, is the words "their offer."
Well, their offer
I
didn't,
get
in
the
fact...
sense that somehow or another we've tried to create the impression that Oliver North picked up his hat and wandered around Washington and foreign capitals begging for money, and I didn't do that. I didn't have to do it, because others were more willing to put up the money than the Congress, because they saw well what was happening to us in Central America and the devastating consequences of a Contra wipeout and an American walkaway and write-off to what was going to happen to this country and to democracy elsewhere in the world. I didn't have to wander around and beg. There were other countries in the world and other people in this country who were more willing to help the Nicaraguan resistance survive and cause democracy to prosper in Central America than this body here. And that is an important factor in all of what you do, Counsel, and in what this committee is going to do. It's got to be part of your assessment as to why is it that other countries in the world were willing to step up and help in a desperate cause when we were not willing to do so ourselves. That has got to be something that is debated, not just by pulling people before this group and hammering at them and haranguing them and reducing it to pettiness. It has got to be something that the American people come to understand how desperately important it was, not just to us, not just to Ollie North, and not just to President Ronald Reagan. It was important to these other people who put forth that money. And I didn't beg them. They offered. And that's important, sir.
And no money came in March or April or May or June.
I don't recall exactly when it came in, but it came in.
But none of it came in then, and you had another meeting with Singlaub in June.
If you were looking at something that indicates that, I suppose.
Well, take a look at Exhibit 73, which is a page from your spiral notebooks. 29th of June, 1985, middle of the page, 12:30, meeting with Singlaub. Do you see that, sir?
I do.
And then it says 10 million, 5 million from country 3 is blanked out, Cole, Segur, or North. And I take it he was telling you that he needed a signal from this government before country 3 was going to give any money.
I don't recall specifically what that was about. I've admitted to you that I did meet with a representative of country 3 and confirmed that this country would be indeed grateful. I don't remember this specific.
But you've also told us that there were these other countries that themselves on their own wanted to aid the Contras. And I'm saying, isn't it true that they didn't give any aid for several months and that Singlaub came back to you and said they're not going to give any money unless this government gives them a signal? And he met with you and asked you for that, and you said, have them call Segur or North.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, that is exactly what transpired. I'm not saying that's exactly what transpired this day.
And then nothing happened for approximately a month, and you had another meeting with Singlaub, this time on the 30th of July.
Can you refresh me on that one?
Yes, I can. Exhibit number 74. It's another page from your spiral notebooks. Don't mention names that are circled. It says 30th of July, meeting with Singlaub, and then there's the name of an official from country 3.
Yes.
Circled. And then it says Singlaub need $2 million the next 2 weeks.
Yeah, I see what it says. I don't recall exactly what that means. I'm not sure that that actually relates to the contribution made by country 3.
Well, down below it, it says, please call Gaston or North.
Mm-hmm.
Same thing, isn't it? They
I guess
want
so,
some
yeah.
encouragement from the United States government. And you then actually instructed Mr. Segur to go meet with officials of that country.
First of all, I didn't instruct Dr. Segur to do that. I probably asked him, and the word ask is indeed underlined in my notes.
You asked him. Did you talk to Mr. McFarland before you asked him to do that?
Yes,
And got his approval?
you bet.
And then you asked Gaston to go meet with the officials of Country
Yes.
3. And then after Gaston had done that, you asked him to set up a meeting for you
Right,
and representatives of Country 3.
yes.
And at that meeting, you told them that this country would be very grateful if they were to make the contribution.
I did.
And then, and only then, they actually made it.
Yes,
And Mr. Segur has testified that your meeting with representatives of Country 3 was in August. That would be the month following this note. I take it that's consistent with your recollection?
if you say, I did have a meeting, if you say it was in August, I'll believe you.
And you then sent Mr. Owen with an account number so that the officials of Country 3 would know where to send the money.
I recall that happening.
And that was the account which Mr. Secord had set up in Switzerland.
I guess so, yeah. I don't remember exactly which account number I gave him.
But it was one of Secord's accounts.
I believe it was.
And those accounts had been set up at your suggestion
Absolutely. As part of a covert operation to support the Nicaraguan resistance.
to receive monies to support the Nicaraguan resistance.
Absolutely.
And it wasn't under the control of the Nicaraguans.
No.
It was under the control of Secord, who was responding to your direction.
I'm not sure that a Major General is going to be happy with saying the words responding to my direction. General Secord was indeed cooperating in every way that I asked him to.
Well,
Yes.
who was in charge? You were a government official. He was not. He's a major general. You're a lieutenant colonel. Are you telling this committee that because he had a higher rank when he was with the government, that he was the boss?
Well, he was the boss of what? He was the boss of the organizations and the commercial enterprises that he set up to assist the Nicaraguan resistance, and that I eventually asked him to expand out into other covert operations, and he did those things.
Well, he did those at your request, did he not?
That's correct, but
And
you
it was-
said direction, and
and it
I
was-
think that he would probably take umbrage with that.
Well, I'm not asking you whether he would take umbrage. I'm asking you whether the United States government retained control over this covert operation.
I tried to, Counsel, tried to.
And indeed, all of the money that went into that bank account in Switzerland resulted from your efforts.
I don't know that, no. Because you say that bank account, I'm not sure about, to this day, exactly how much money went into that bank account, or which bank account.
Well, I can tell you that the committee's records reflect that the monies that went into those bank accounts came from the proceeds of sales of arms to Iran, from Country 3, directly or indirectly from Spitz Channels organizations, a little bit from the government of Israel, and one deposit from Joseph Coors. And my question to you, isn't it true that you were responsible for directing all of that money into those accounts?
My sense is that the ones you have just identified, except that I don't know that it's the government of Israel, I believe it was an Israeli private citizen, I would agree that I am the person that caused that money to go into those accounts.
I'd like to turn now to Country 2. You have that country in mind?
I do.
Did you ever have any meetings with officials of Country 2 in which the subject of money for the Contras arose?
No.
Did you ever ask Mr. Secord to have a meeting with the representative of Country 2 for the purpose of discussing contributions for the Contras?
I don't recall whether I asked him or he suggested, but nonetheless, such a meeting did indeed occur.
And did you have authority?
At least I am told that such a meeting did occur. I was not present at the meeting, but I did talk to him before about it, and I believe I talked to him after about it. At least it was reported to me that way.
And was that meeting known to Mr. McFarland?
Yes.
And was it, were you authorized in advance to either ask or consent to Mr. Secord making that request?
I'm sure that I was, yeah.
And to your knowledge, had Mr. McFarland had similar meetings with representatives of Country 2?
I do not know to this day whether he did or not.
Well, did he tell you that he did?
No, he did not.
Did he tell you anything on that subject?
You're asking me, let me get the bottom line on this thing. You're asking me, do I know where the initial $25 million came from? To this day, I do not. I simply gave Mr. McFarland a card, and on that card was an account number, and money there shortly thereafter started to flow to that account. And I don't know whether it was Country 2 or not. And that is also part of a covert operation. I didn't need to know that. In a compartmented covert operation, my job was to get an account number for the Nicaraguan resistance to receive monies.
Well, let me ask it to you this way. Did you?
Please.
Please.
And that's important, I think, to the American people understanding a covert operation. There are boxes within boxes to protect the operation. You know, one of the things that disturbs me about the way this is proceeding is that we constantly are coming back to the fact that the American people haven't been told everything. You're not going to make public all of this stuff when you get done with it either, I hope. I mean, there's top secret code word documents that I've seen for the first time today in years that I'm now having to look through. I pray to God you're not going to turn all these loose. You know, even after the Russians got the secrets of our satellites from a spy, we didn't publish them in our periodicals. The congressional committees didn't make them public for everybody to read. And there's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with the fact that Mr. McFarland compartmented off parts of the program for his knowledge and that others in the program didn't know everything else that everyone else knew. There's nothing wrong with that in a covert operation. That's how they're conducted, and it's the right way to do it, to protect lives and the people engaged in it. And lives are important.
Did you tell Mr. Secord that Mr. McFarland had already had a meeting with the official?
No, because I didn't know, and I do not know that for confirmed knowledge to this day that Mr. McFarland met with that official from Country 2. I do know that at some point further down the line, Mr. McFarland asked me to tell General Secord to back off his contacts with the person from Country 2, and he did so.
And subsequently, money came in.
It did.
Are you aware of anyone else in the government that had meetings with Country 2 or representatives of Country 2 on the subject of contributions for the country?
I have no personal knowledge that anybody other than General Secord, and I only know that because he told me, met with representatives of Country 2. And at the time, General Secord was not a part of the United States government.
Are you aware of any approaches to Country 9 seeking support for the Contras?
I can recall that there was a discussion about that country between General Secord and I. I don't believe that anybody in the U.S. government ever approached them.
Did Mr. Secord?
I know he approached them on the issue of terrorism. I don't recall whether or not he actually approached them on the issue of aid to the Nicaraguan resistance. No. I don't recall. You may be able to refresh my memory, but I don't remember that.
Let's take a look at exhibit number 78.
I have a one-page piece of paper dated 8 August.
1985.
1985, I believe. It's hard to read.
Headed call from Rich.
Yes.
Who is Rich?
Well, Rich could be a number of people, but...
Is it Richard Miller?
Well, I don't know. I mean, I know Rich Armitage, Rich Miller, I know several other Riches. Do you have the pages that precede and succeed that?
I can supply it to you if you wish. I do not believe it's going to shed any light.
Well, again, does this, after the Rich, my copy is very difficult to read, Counsel.
There are some
call
circled,
from Rich.
There are some circled words there which should not be read.
I understand that. But what is right after Rich? It looks like a squiggle. Or is it?
Ray.
Re, okay. I think that may well be, given the first circled name, that may well be Richard Miller, not Richard Secord.
And it refers down at the bottom, well, first of all, I take it country 9 is
Circle.
mentioned.
Right.
And there's a reference, could be as much as $4 to $5 million.
Right.
Does that refer to a prospective contribution to the Contras?
I do not recall this conversation, but I do recall the Circle is a code name for one of the people that was in contact with us initially, of all things, on the hostage matter. And it turns out this guy is a bad apple. At one point, Director Casey was concerned that this fellow might be a provocation. In any event, this man never produced anything. Talked a lot. Did nothing.
Well, now, if you'll turn to Exhibit 79.
Did I answer the question on who that Rich was? I do not believe, first of all, I never referred to General
You said you
Secord as
thought it was
Rich.
Richard Miller.
Yes.
And if you turn to Exhibit number 79,
There you go.
you have that in front of you. It's another page from your notebook dated 24 September 1985. And down at the bottom it says, call from Dick. And then there are some numbers. And below that it says, meeting with Country 9, people tomorrow, 1C7, ready now. What does that refer to?
I don't know. It could be that, again, I recall speaking specifically to General Secord about the issue of terrorism. And I don't know that he ever approached them for contributions. It may well be that he did. I just don't remember it. And you may be able to show me other notes in there where they were approached. I don't know that they ever made a contribution. I did not ever approach any.
Did you ever meet with officials of any other country for the purpose of discussing contributions to the Contras?
Oh, sure. Well, not just financial contributions. I mean, I met with the senior military person from Country 4 to get surface-to-air missiles. And I did that with the full knowledge of the FBI and the National Security Advisor. I mean, one of the things that kind of bothers me is that this wasn't all done as some terrible, nefarious thing. It was done as part of a covert operation. And I'd like to make a note about that one right there. I was very concerned about the meeting I had with number 4, that someone not misunderstand why I was meeting with that person. And I asked for specific surveillance from the FBI on it. And they provided, as I understand it, that kind of protection. The director of the FBI was aware of that meeting. It was not some deep, dark secret.
Was that a meeting in which you were requesting a contribution of surface-to-air missiles, or were you seeking to facilitate the transportation of surface-to-air missiles that had been purchased by somebody else?
I was actually seeking to facilitate the transportation, but I was hoping I could turn it enough that they'd like to make the contribution. I will admit that.
So you discussed the possibility of a contribution with representatives of Country 4?
Well, when I say contribution, I was speaking specifically of surface-to-air missiles, which at that point in time, the resistance was being devastated by the Soviet-supplied Cuban-flown Hind helicopters. And we were looking desperately for surface-to-air missiles that could be provided to the democratic resistance. And that means Country makes the kind that's
And did you ask
useful
them?
for that purpose. No. Would you repeat the question, Counsel?
Yes, did you ask representatives of Country 4 at that time to contribute SA-7s?
I don't believe I actually baldly asked him to contribute. I had a, if I can just back up on that whole thing just for a second. That particular place was a good source for these weapons. We were concerned, I was concerned, I went to Admiral Poindexter and told him my concerns about the meeting. We knew that that was a good source for those weapons. I was concerned about the meeting because I did not want anyone in our intelligence services or others to misunderstand the purpose of the meeting. And so what I did is I asked Admiral Poindexter, and I believe Mr. McFarland too, to please make sure that the Attorney General and the Director of the FBI was aware that the meeting was going to take place. And I believe that they did so for obvious purposes. And I think that's, without saying more about...
My question is just a very simple one. Did you ask for Country 4 to make a contribution of SA-7s?
Not in so many words. We had a long philosophical discussion over lunch about Soviet hegemony, the kinds of things that I thought would be attractive and of concern to him. He shared my concerns, and I made him aware that there was a purchase underway, that these things were desperately needed, and he then facilitated that. But he didn't make a contribution.
Did he ever? He never made a contribution.
Not that I'm aware of.
Did you have any other meetings with representatives of Country 4 in which you sought a contribution?
Not that I recall, no.
Any other countries?
At some point, I encouraged others, although I did not have the meeting, to see if we could obtain radio equipment from Country 8. And
who did you encourage to do that?
I'm not entirely certain, but I think it was General Singlaub.
And on whose authority did you do that?
Well, with my superiors. You know,
Who?
Admiral
Mr. McFarland?
Poindexter. I think, no, by then I think it was Mr. Admiral Poindexter.
Did that prove successful?
I don't recall. I don't think so.
Any others?
Well, Brunei, of course. Brunei had been under discussion for a long time.
Any others?
No, I think that's it. Now, eventually, I talked to, this is very late in the whole process, to a senior person from Country 1, who then indeed provided some weapons.
Physical weapons free of charge?
Yes.
Now, I've been asking you only about your own meetings and contacts. Did you ask any other person to approach any foreign country other than ones you've already testified about?
Well, I, of course, asked Dr. Segur to establish the meetings. And I believe at the time I probably told him why, with the ones that I met with. That would be countries 3 and 4. I may have asked him to arrange a meeting with some representatives of Country 5. I don't recall specifically at this point, but I may have. And I'm not aware that others outside or elsewhere were doing it, other than the fact that I know that Mr. Abrams, Ambassador Abrams, eventually made a contact with Brunei.
Are you aware of any contacts made by other people in the U.S. government, whether or not at your request or direction, to approach other countries for contributions to the Contras?
Not that I can recall specifically, other than I did talk to Admiral Moreau at length about a trip that was being made by a senior U.S. official to country 4, and I believe that contact was made while he was on that trip. And there's a country that's not on your list, so I don't know how to refer to it, but I did, I recall now that I did make contact with a senior official in another country on that matter, and we can develop some convention for how we talk about it.
We've simply been writing it on a sheet of paper, folding it over, and handing it to the chairman. And will you describe that contact?
To as country 10.
I'm sorry, Mr.
Country
Chairman?
10. Would you describe that contact, please, sir?
I met with that senior official in a foreign country, not his, not ours, as part of a broader effort, but it included assistance that he may be able to provide in the case of support for the Nicaraguan resistance. There was a broader context in that conversation, but that was certainly a part of it. And no final arrangement was ever consummated because shortly thereafter I was reassigned back to the Marine Corps.
And were you seeking then a financial contribution or a contribution of some kind of materiel?
It was not so much financial, certainly, as more a operational support. And I guess maybe I don't want to sound like I'm dissembling at all, because I went to the officials in Country 7 and others of Country 7's neighbors frequently asking for operational support and getting it. Not financial, not material necessarily, but assistance in operational support for everything from airplanes to places to park them, things like that. And so I was the person who did those.
And on whose authority did you do those?
My superiors.
Is this just Admiral Poindexter or Admiral Poindexter and Mr. McFarland?
Oh no, this all started way back in 1984. So it was started when Mr. McFarland was there, and it continued on through Admiral Poindexter's succession as National Security Advisor in 1986.
Would you turn to Exhibit 80? That's a page from one of your notebooks, February 4.
What year is that?
I believe this is 1985. And I take it that's a call from Claire George?
I take it that it is, but there's more. I can't understand what this thing says with all the things blacked out. Did I black those out when I gave it to you?
No, you did not. What's blacked out is the name of Country 5 and an official of Country 5.
Okay.
It refers to a contribution, possible contribution of $2 million, does it not?
Right.
Can you describe that conversation?
Well, I can't recall specifically. You say this is 1985, 4 February 1985?
I believe so. We're checking it right now.
Okay. I don't recall it specifically. I do recall in general that there was some conversation with country number 5. I don't believe that country 5 ever made that contribution. I may well be wrong, but I think that we talked to them several times about operational support and encouraged them to provide or sell materiel to the resistance. I don't recall that that actually transpired.
But this was something which was brought to your attention by a representative of the CIA.
Sure. I mean, they knew what I was doing. I mean, they knew that I was the guy that was in contact with the resistance and was out trying to help them, in compliance with Boland, I would point out.
Now, my next question is, you've indicated that the national security advisors for whom you worked authorized you to seek support from foreign countries, both financial and operational.
Yes.
Were your activities in that respect known to others in the White House other than the national security advisors?
Well, I want to go back to something I said at the very beginning of all of this, Mr. Niels. I assumed that those matters which required the attention and decision of the President of the United States did indeed get them. I assumed that. I never asked that. I never walked up to the President and said, oh, by the way, Mr. President, yesterday I met with so-and-so from Country 4. Nor did he ever say, I'm glad you had a meeting with Country 4 and it went well.
Do you know whether or not the President was aware of your activities seeking funds and operational support for the Contras from third countries?
I do not know.
Were
I
you
assumed that he did.
what was the basis of your assumption?
Just that there was a lot going on, and it was very obvious that the Nicaraguan resistance survived. I sent forward innumerable documents, some of which you've just shown us as exhibits, that demonstrated that I was keeping my superiors fully informed as to what was going on.
Now, you indicate that we have shown you that you made numerous documents and we have shown them to you. I don't believe we've shown you any that post-date August of 1985. Did there come a time when you stopped writing documents relating to your support for the Contras?
There came a time when I stopped sending up what we call in-system memoranda. I continued to communicate with my superiors using the PROF system, and I continued to send forward non-log or out-of-system documents, yes.
And where are they?
Well, the PROF's notes you've got, I guess.
Where are the non-log documents?
I think they were shredded.
And the
Or
PROF's,
burn-bagged, yeah.
and the PROF's messages you thought had been deleted.
I had hoped that they had been, yes.
And I take it you stopped putting these memoranda in the system because of a problem that arose in connection with a congressional inquiry.
Actually, the problem arose as a consequence of media attention which occurred in the summer of '85. And that was that my name surfaced in connection with in some cases halfway accurate, in some cases wild and spurious allegations about my role in support for the Nicaraguan resistance.
Well, we'll get back to this in more detail later, Colonel North, but are you saying that your decision to stop putting these documents in the system had nothing to do with the fact that they were pulled out of the system by Mr. McFarland for the purpose, in response to a congressional request for documents?
No, I think we arrived at a point, and I don't recall whether it was his idea or my idea, in 1985 to stop putting these documents in the system. You're right. I'm not saying it was his idea. It might have been mine, but anyway, we decided not to.
And that arose out of the fact that Congress had asked to look at the documents.
Well, sure.
And the documents that were gathered for them all came out of the system.
Exactly.
And you didn't want to show Congress the documents in the system.
I didn't want to show Congress a single word on this whole thing.
Who else in the government was aware of the fact that you and others at the NSC were approaching third countries for the purpose of raising money for the Contras?
Well, the person most closely aware of it outside the NSC that I know of, and I'll talk to you about people that I was in contact with, was Director Casey, who I had many conversations regarding this, what we referred to as offline conversations, ones that weren't going to be recorded or transmitted. And Admiral Arthur J. Moreau, United States Navy, knew a great deal about it because he and I spoke a lot.
Anyone else?
You're probably going to show me a document where I talked to somebody else, but that's about, you know, the limit of government officials that I talked to. Obviously, from what you can see here on the 4th of February, there were others who were aware within the United States government. There were other members in Congress who knew, you know, that I was the person in touch with the Nicaraguan resistance.
Any other people in the CIA?
Oh, I'm sure that Mr. Claridge knew. I mean, he's the guy that had introduced me to the leadership of the Nicaraguan resistance way back in 1984. There were other people at CIA who I met with on a regular basis. I'm not saying that these people had intimate knowledge of my day-to-day activities like my superiors did, but certainly they knew that I was the guy that was getting things done. That's why they called me up. That's why there's a note to the effect that, hey, Ollie, you know, here these guys here from country, whatever it is, are talking about $2 million. Why don't you go over and put the smile on them, and maybe they'll kick in.
How about the chief of the Central American Task Force?
Oh, I'm sure that he had a detailed grasp of, well, I say a detailed grasp. I'm sure that he had an adequate sense of what I was doing.
And what is your basis for that belief?
Well, we used to have meetings with the restricted interagency group. We used to have secure conference calls, and on one occasion I can recall laying out for the group. In fact, I think it was after the $100 million had been voted by both houses, hadn't been sent forward to the president. I can recall a meeting in a office in the Pentagon where I went down item by item by item the things that I was doing and asked them point blank whether or not I had to continue to do them to keep the resistance alive. Because even though the money had been authorized and both bills had been passed, we couldn't get it forwarded to the president. And we went down item by item by item on my checklist of what I was having directed out each month or each quarter or each week to support the resistance, and asked them point blank whether this should continue.
Who was there?
Well, I'd have to look at my contemporaneous notes of the time, but I think there is a note in one of the notebooks I gave you to that effect. Mr. Fires was there. Mr. Abrams was there, Mr. Armitage was there, I think Mr. Michael was there, I think General Mollering was there. But
Would you
these
go
people-
through them for us, please, item by item, what it was that you told this assembled group that you were doing?
Well, what I'm saying to you is I didn't say, you know, look, on a given day, I'm going to walk out and go talk to so-and-so about so much money. What they knew is that I was the person who was causing these things to happen. There was no doubt in their mind. That's why when an airplane goes down in Honduras, they call me to get the bodies home and to pay the costs. That's why when somebody needs something done in the case of this contact right here, you've pointed out as part of exhibit number 79, they called me. These people knew what I was doing. They knew that it was a covert operation being conducted by this government to support the Nicaraguan resistance. And
My question is,
legitimately so.
could you indicated that during this meeting at the Department of Defense, the Pentagon, you went down item by item. Would you go down for us, item by item, what it was that you told them?
I don't have the list before me, but I gave copies of that to you. It's in the stuff that I gave to you, 7 binders full.
Did you discuss the resupply operation?
I think so.
Did you discuss efforts to obtain armaments?
Probably, yeah. I mean, I'm talking about aid to the internal opposition, food, clothing, medical supplies, etc. I think it was all on that list. Tick, 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 tick.
Including munitions?
I'm not absolutely sure that it says munitions. It might have just said logistics, and it might have just said air support, and it might have just said certain things about the internal activities.
But
You've got it. And along with the list of names of the people there that were there at the meeting.
Is there anything else you can recall ticking off during this meeting?
No, but you have the note, and I'm sure you can find it. It's toward the end of my tenure. It's somewhere after June and July when both houses had passed it, and before I got fired, and you got 100 and some odd folks to go through my notebooks, Counsel.
We'll find it.
I'm sure you will.
In addition to raising money from third countries, I take it you also raised some money from private individuals.
I want to be very clear about that. Not because of Boland, but because I understood that there were regulations against government officials soliciting. I do not recall ever asking a single solitary American citizen for money. I want to make that very clear. You may have found someone who said that I did, but I sure don't remember it, and I tried very, very hard to live with that proscription. Not because it was Boland, not because we perceived that the NSC was in any way obviated from doing what I was doing, but only because someone had told me that a U.S. government official should not, cannot, will not, whatever, solicit.
Well, you asked Joseph Coors for $65,000 for a
Wrong.
Mall airplane,
Not
didn't
so.
you?
He offered the money, and I told him where to send it, and an airplane was bought with it, and it flies today in support of the Nicaraguan resistance unless the Sandinistas have shot it down.
Did you call him?
No. He arrived in my office one afternoon.
Would you describe that event?
Well, again, you're probably going to pull out a note of mine that's got something on it, and if you can, refresh me, but otherwise I'll go unrefreshed. As I had seen Mr. Coors a number of times, both before and since. It is my recollection that Mr. Coors arrived in my office one afternoon. I got a telephone call from Director Casey, Maybe I went down and met Mr. Coors in Mr. Casey's office, or maybe he walked into my office. I don't recall specifically. He offered to help, asked what he could do. I suggested various things, showed him an airplane that was desperately needed, a STOL airplane that would take off, short takeoff and land. And he said, "Good, how much is it?" Or words to that effect. I said, "There's the price list from the company." And Mr. Coors then made available that sum, and it was put in the account, and an airplane was bought with it. But I didn't ask him for that money. He offered it.
We've had a lot of testimony from people who said that you made speeches to them about the Contras and then told them that you couldn't ask for money, but that Mr. Channel or somebody else could, and that they then were asked to make contributions, and that they did so. And we've also had some testimony from people who were told that if they made contributions in a certain amount, they would have a meeting with you or a meeting with the President. Did those things occur?
I made a lot of speeches. I made a lot of speeches to people in favor of our policy in Central America, and I made speeches to those who were opposed to it. I even brought that same speech up here and gave it to members of Congress. I gave it to various committees. I gave that speech to Americans who then went out and made contributions not solicited by me.
Well, for example, did you sit down with Ellen Garwood at the Hay Adams Hotel and show her a list of munitions that the Contras needed, together with Spitz Channel, giving an amount of money that needed to be contributed in order to purchase the weapons, and did she thereafter make the contribution?
I do not recall the specific event that you're talking about, but I met a number of times with Lady Ellen Garwood. I met a number of times with a lot of different people. I'm not denying that I did those things, and if she said that I showed a munitions list, I showed a lot of munitions lists.
You showed a lot of different people munitions lists.
Sure.
And told them how
People
much
would ask me, what do these things cost? And I'd take out a munitions list, and I'd say, well, there's what the cost of one of these things are, or many of those things are. That's what they cost.
And did you let them know how much the Contras needed money for munitions?
I let them know how much the Contras needed everything. The Nicaraguan freedom fighters were at a point where they were dying in the field under Soviet
And did you
Hind
do that
helicopters.
together with
Let him
Spitz
finish,
Channel?
Counsel. Let him finish,
Pardon?
please. I know you don't like the answer, but let him finish.
I like the answer fine. It was not
Well, fine,
responsive.
then let him answer.
He had finished answering the
He
question.
had not finished answering, or I wouldn't have raised the subject.
Proceed.
I don't know whose turn it is, Mr. Chairman.
Did you sit down with these people together with Spitz Channel?
Yes, on a number of occasions.
And
I
did-
sat down with Mr. Channel and others.
And did you, after telling them what the Contras' needs were, did you tell them that Mr. Channel would be the one who would have to ask them for a contribution?
I don't recall ever saying those words to anybody.
Did you say...
I want to make it very clear. I did tell people I could not and would not solicit, that I wasn't going to ask them for their money. And I do not recall ever being in the presence of Mr. Channel at any time when he asked someone for money. At any time. Nor do I ever recall Mr. Channel offering someone a visit to the Oval Office or the President of the United States of America for a price. I received several suggestions to that effect by several other people, and they were turned away. I never, ever heard that a certain contribution would result in a meeting with the President of the United States of America. I do not recall ever being at such a meeting.
Did you arrange such meetings Did you arrange such meetings with the President?
I do not believe that I personally arranged, I may have sent forward scheduled proposals, and you will certainly have them because I would have had copies of them in my office. I don't remember more than one or two occasions where I actually asked for meetings that I set up. Now, others at the White House did indeed set those up, and I was a party to that, knowing that these were contributors that had helped the resistance. Or these are people who might contribute to the resistance. So those meetings did happen at the White House, yes.
And some of them were with people who had actually made contributions.
Oh, yes, yes.
And the contributions had been obtained in part through your efforts.
People give me a lot of credit. If someone wants to say it was a speech by Ollie North that made me want to give money to help the Nicaraguan resistance, I appreciate that.
Well, I'd like you to turn to Exhibit 10. It's in the first book. It's a prof's message from you to Admiral Poindexter, dated May 16, 1986.
I believe it's from Admiral Poindexter to someone else. Either that or I'm looking at the wrong one.
You're looking at the wrong one. It starts at the very bottom of the first page.
Okay.
Note from Oliver North.
Right.
I'd like you to take a look at the bottom of the second page, where it says, I have no idea what Don Reagan does or does not know, Ray, my private U.S. operation. But the President obviously knows why he has been meeting with several select people to thank them for their, quote, support for democracy, unquote, in Central America. My first question.
Counsel, can you
Pardon?
help us locate that, please?
Yeah, it's at the very bottom of the second page. Second to the last line. I'll read it again.
I got it.
I have no idea what Don Reagan does or does not know, Ray, my private U.S. operation. But the President obviously knows why he has been meeting with several select people to thank them for their, quote, support for democracy, unquote, in Central America. My first question is, what is, quote, my private U.S. operation? What does that refer to?
Well, I don't know. It must mean my activities, my discussions with people.
Private contributors.
Sure. I don't know exactly what I meant at that particular point in time.
But you don't call it Spitz Channel's operation, you call it your operation. You don't
Okay.
need to respond to that. And when you refer to his meeting with several select people to thank them for their support for democracy, I take it those are people who have made contributions.
I would guess so, yes.
And I take it that when you gave speeches to these people, one of the purposes was to get them to make a contribution.
One of the purposes of my talking to people was indeed to encourage that they do whatever they felt moved to do to support the cause of a democratic outcome in Nicaragua.
Was the President aware of your U.S. operation to raise funds for the Contras from private contributors?
Well, I think that that prof's note right there indicates that I believed he was. But I didn't ever walk in and, by the way, say to him, Mr. President, this is what I did. I know I've been accused of those kinds of things, but I didn't do that. And the fact is that I assumed, and I think that's a fairly clear indication, I'm sending my boss what I thought was going to be a very private note that would never see the light of day anywhere else. And I said to him what I felt. And I was asking him for guidance.
And he certainly didn't tell you to stop.
Why would he? We were conducting a covert operation to support the Nicaraguan resistance, to carry out the President of the United States' stated, publicly articulated foreign policy. Why should he tell me to stop? We weren't breaking any laws. We were simply trying to keep an operation covert.
Thank you, Colonel North. I have no further questions this afternoon, Mr. Chairman.
The hearings will stand in recess until 9 o'clock tomorrow morning.
Since you're going to come tomorrow morning anyway, right? We're in the room at 8 o'clock. Do it then? You can get it in the morning. I'll take it if I'm here. That's the way we're going to do it. So it comes in early. And then close. Yeah, after the session. All right.
Discreet.